1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Καλημέρα. Να περάσουμε στις θέσεις μας σιγά σιγά, παρακαλώ.
Good morning. Let's take our seats, please.
Καλημέρα και πάλι. Καλώς ήρθατε.
Good morning. Welcome to those of you who were not here yesterday. I would like to welcome you on behalf of the Constantakopoulos Foundation. This is the second day of our session. I would like to remind you that in addition to the sessions that we will have here today, in the early afternoon we will go to the municipal market of Kalamata, where we will have different gastronomy stations where you will have the opportunity to taste recipes from various chefs, tastes of the Mediterranean. My advice is that you do not take your cars to go there. There will be buses here that will take you there so that you can visit all the stations and then they will take you back. If you do not do this and take your own cars, you will have to wait for the groups that left from here to finish and then enter in different groups who will be for the people who will come on their own. So because you have the privilege to go with guided tours and have a better experience and to go there first, I advise you to take the buses that we are using. And there will be buses at 17:50, at 6, that will drive you back. For the international guests, there will be a first English-speaking tour. So the English-speaking guests will have to go to the reception and ask the special bracelet for the so that they can enter the bus and profit from the English-speaking tour. These are a few words about the practical details. We will say more during the recess. We will now move on to the first session, which is about the creation of tastes and flavors in Eastern Mediterranean cuisine, from Greece and Turkey to the Middle East and the Orient. I would like to ask the coordinator, Ms. Mori Kostura, Applied Food Studies Professor, Mr. Orgur Tas, Ms. Semsad Denizel, and Mr. Kamal Wuzavak are speakers to take the floor. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Hi. Of the Tomorrow Tastes Mediterranean International Conference. Before we begin, I would like again to thank all of the sponsors and collaborators who brought this event together so successfully. My name is Maureen Castora, and I am a professor of food studies and liberal arts at the Culinary Institute of America. This session is crafting flavor in the Eastern Mediterranean kitchen, from Greece and Turkey to the Levant. Better? Okay. So, aside from its function in providing delicious ingredients and a productive and welcoming climate, the Mediterranean Sea has always acted as a highway, as all seas do. It connects people to people and place to place. Today's Mediterranean diet covers not just Greece and Spain and Italy, well represented here, but all of the cultures and peoples connected by the sea, which remains the main and by far the easiest way to travel up until the modern era. In this session, we're talking about the Eastern Mediterranean, which includes Turkey, the Levant, and other areas now included in what we call the Middle East. As far back as the dawn of agriculture, people and their food have moved across these areas. They are a crossroads. Some researchers believe that we can track the migrations of people through the appearance of novel foods on the islands in the Mediterranean, while we can also look at frescoes from the Minoans to see evidence of their trade with places as far away as India. There are the famous Akrotiri murals of the gray langur monkeys, a native that is only species that is only a species that is only native to the subcontinent. And this has never stopped. The movement of people and ingredients through these areas have never stopped, and they've never slowed. This remains a crossroads, bringing spices, flavors, and techniques from East and West together in new ways, constantly reinventing and reimagining itself and its cuisine. The three people on this panel all embody this heritage in different ways. They cross borders, they bring new flavors to new areas, they reinvent themselves, both through desire and necessity. Invention, crossing borders, and self-examination are not easy. Sometimes they are uncomfortable, but they help us to grow in many ways, as these chefs show. So Azad Tash is a Kurdish chef who has transformed not just his country of residence as an immigrant to Greece, but his profession and his future. He is the chef at Argent Experience in Trikala, Greece, where he creates welcoming, sustainable meals guided by a zero-waste philosophy and a desire to build community. So, Azad, do you want to speak first? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, it's so weird to hear my own voice. I'm just a cook. I'm not used to speak. I prepare a speak over here. The good things that not everyone here, so less travel. I don't think I can follow my speech, but I have a message for you all guys. That the food do not recognize border, because border is just imagination, nothing else. You cannot see difference in the soil in the one side of the border and the other. Reality beats the fantasy. Maureen told about that we bring the new flavor, yes, but also we learn from where we find ourselves. Me, myself, I learn from my elders, and I try to keep this tradition alive. I tried following innovations, and I try to integrate them to the modern kitchen, but keep it simple, like bread and like milk and the fermentations and the pickling and all the preservation techniques. In Argentine, in small kitchen, we try to do this for 6 people every day. Many people call us crazy. Some of them are more polite. They say brave. Thank you. But mostly we got crazy. So when we started, we said we have nothing to lose. And again, today, still, we have nothing to lose. And guys, we all live like we are immortals, but we are not. We are aging. Look at yourself in the mirror, please. Yeah, I'm sorry for that. And what we will leave behind, really, what if your profession were your kids, your child, what would you leave behind? How would you like to treat that? Profit, money is good. It's good. It's a good tool if we can use it. But really, what we will leave behind? What is going to be our legacy? Not like Homerus. We will just leave a next generation. That's all. But no one gonna write our novel if we do this. So 7 minutes is too much for me, guys. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Şemsa Denizel is the founder and inventor of, or maybe namer, of New Istanbul cuisine. She cooked that at her restaurant canteen for over 18 years in Istanbul before reinventing herself as a teacher and a passionate advocate of local traditional agriculture and products at Cook's Grove. Now living in Thessaloniki, Shamsa writes, cooks, and reaches hundreds of thousands of followers through her social media posts, although she does not think of herself as a social media personality.
Good morning, hello. Yes, I don't believe social media is necessary, but shouldn't define you. I was born and raised in Istanbul, and I often say I'm one of the lucky ones, because the Istanbul I grew up in, is this okay? Okay, thank you. That Istanbul still had neighbors from every corner of the city's layered past. On our street, in our neighborhood of Salacak, by the Bosphorus, lived many Rum families, Romyos in Greek, they call. We had an Armenian living on the top floor, and she would make the best mussel dolmas, and whenever she made them, she would bring them down. And I also still can't forget we call beyaz peynir, similar to feta, but it's completely different. It can be translated as white cheese. Fatty, creamy, and very briny, which we purchased from a Bulgarian grocer on the corner. And the smells of our neighborhood, of our street, changed every day. One evening, you'd smell the mastiha and mahleb from Çöreki. We call it paskalya cherry in Turkish. Another day, garlic and vinegar from making pickles, turşu. The smells always followed the seasons and the traditions of each layer of the society. And you shared that food. You were considerate and showed respect to others' preferences and lifestyles, be it Muslim or Christian or Jew. It was a world in harmony, respect, humility, and affection back then. I wish it remained that way still, but unfortunately, this is not our world today. It's changing, and I should say we don't have to like it. But that was Istanbul then. You just didn't live among people. You lived among traditions. You lived among smells and flavors and everything. And you know, it's impossible to divert geography from the cuisine. What makes our food traditions are always shaped by the geography we live in. Either migrate to or from, we carry the taste with us. And Istanbul has always been a city of movement, rather of arrivals, more of arrivals than departures. And for centuries, it absorbed people, languages, faiths, and ingredients. It was the capital of three empires, Eastern Roman, Byzantine, and Ottoman, and each left its mark at the table or on the table. But as history shifted, so did the culture. Whoops. Okay. What began as Roman gradually became Greek in language and spirit, shaped by the Eastern Church after the Great Schism. The Romyos in Greek, actually they are the Eastern Romans, were there from the beginning. Others arrived in stages: Turks, Armenians, Jews, Albanians, Bulgarians, traders and migrants from all over the Balkans, Anatolia, and of course the Levant. Each community brought its own rituals and its own ingredients, its own ways of celebrating, so they brought their own customs. From the Balkans came dairy, meat pies, and maybe the habit of fermenting. From Anatolia, grains, pulses, herbs, and from the Levant, spices, tomato paste, and sun-dried vegetables. And together, over centuries, they created a sum that's greater than its parts. Istanbul's cuisine isn't a fusion. It's the result of coexistence. Centuries of shared kitchens, shared markets, and unfortunately, at times, shared hunger. I believe Istanbul shaped an entire region because the palaces of all those empires were there, they affected both as a mirror and as an engine, refining and redistributing tastes across the land. Yet, it didn't exist in isolation. It couldn't have been. It was also shaped by the empire and by the people. It was a center of distribution. The best of produce, the first harvest, the rarest ingredients, all found their way there. But also the migration, people traveling to and from, and all the ingredients. With them, taste traveled inward and outward. At the end, not the palace, but the reality of daily life and the simplicity of home cooking prevailed. That's how İmam Bayıldı became everyone's dish. Today, you can trace the path of an Istanbul pilav or an Albanian börek throughout the region. Recipes evolved, names changed, but the essence remained. That's why when we speak of Eastern Mediterranean table, we are really speaking of a single breathing ecosystem of taste. The geography connected not by borders, but by olive oil, wheat, dairy, produce, and all the sea creatures, but all of it is bound by our joint memory. When I opened Canteen in 2000, I called what I cooked New Istanbul Cuisine. It was an attempt, actually, to translate that layered past into the language of today, using local seasonal ingredients, working with small producers, respecting memory. Without tradition, we cannot talk about the future of cuisine. Yet, tradition isn't something to be preserved under glass. It's something you live, breathe, question, and reinterpret. For me, cooking is the most intimate way of understanding who we are, where we come from. Kitchen is a living archive, and it's carried by people and by generations. It's carried by those who left and had to leave, taking the flavors with them to another shore. Migration never stopped. Neither did the conversation between cuisines. When I say I'm an Istanbulite, I say it with pride and with humility, because being from Istanbul means carrying all these layers, all these voices inside you. It means belonging everywhere and nowhere at once. Maybe that's the true essence of cuisine. So when I cook today, whether it's a humble pilaki or something I've invented, I'd like to think I'm continuing that conversation between East and West, old and new, memory and imagination. Because in the end, flavor brings us together. Gathering and sharing around the table is our common language in Greece, Turkey, and all of the Levant. And Istanbul, my Istanbul, had been speaking this fluently for centuries. Thank you very much.
And finally, let me introduce Kamal Muzawek, who is a chef and social entrepreneur in Beirut and Paris, where he's founded multiple tawile, did I get that right? Okay. Restaurants, as well as the Souk El Taïb, which is Lebanon's first farmers market. He works to honor the craft of Lebanese cooks with a co-op structure and has been recognized by multiple grants and rewards, and he informs me he's not coming to the podium.
Speak loud. I'm not a perfect student like Shamsa, who did the perfect time. Did I? Yes, you did. 2 seconds difference, but like, it's okay. And who prepared everything, so I prepared nothing at all. And I just wanted this to be a discussion, you know, between different people. First of all, I'm very happy for most of us to look at the Mediterranean from a wider angle, because very often we look at the Mediterranean only from one side, which is, you know, the European side. And we forget that the Mediterranean means, you know, like it's a sea, around which like all civilizations started, and not these only civilizations. You know, there were people in other places too, but we're so Euro-centered or Mediterranean-centered. Let's start with this part, if you want. So, you know, the Mediterranean has three sides at least. There's the ocean from one side, then there's the European side that, you know, when we think about the Mediterranean, it's just the European side. It's not. There are two other parts that we completely forget. There is one part which is North Africa, and it is Mediterranean too, if you want to call it Mediterranean. I always like, you know, to define words, because if you want to speak together, we have to speak together around specific definitions. Last night at dinner, we were talking about what Arab means, you know. Is it being Muslim, is it speaking the language, or is it living in Saudi Arabia? I don't know which one of these three, the three are correct. I don't know which one of these three to accept. And when we're talking about the Mediterranean, it's the same. You know, what is the Mediterranean? It's, you know, normally, it's what surrounds that old sea, right? So there's a very well-known one side. There's another very important side, which is North Africa. And everybody's important. We're not doing, you know, a scale of importance here. And there is another side where the three of us come from, right? So Şemsa is supposed to be an enemy for this country as a Turkish. Don't laugh, that's right. Özgür is supposed to be an enemy for Şemsa as a Kurdish, because Özgür is Kurdish. He didn't tell us his story. I don't know if all of you know. So we just had a coffee outside, and he told me about his story, and he prepared all of his speech, and I told him, you can, you know, who wrote it? He said, I did it myself. So I told him, don't write what you wrote, just speak it from your heart. I don't know if it was a good recommendation or not. So there is the Levant too, you know, this part that you call Eastern Mediterranean, Levant, you know, like many different names. But it's an important part of the world because there's a lot of, if we're building on tradition and history, it's a part where a lot of traditions and history came from or started, where agriculture, you know, was created. And today, I think that we are today in a very important shifting point between, with the ease of internet. I have the whole world in my pocket, and just a small phone, the communication, the ease of communication. But before there was like a very stupid thing that we consider like unimportant today, which was agriculture, guys. Agriculture in history was much more important than all the advances that we have today, because it permitted to each one of us to settle in one place and to start something, to start building a home, different homes, a city, more than homes, a civilization. So it was, and this is where, you know, this agriculture started. This is where the three monotheistic religions started that are unfortunately in evolution, maybe from, not in evolution, like a continuity from one to another, and today are complete, you know, war between one and the other. So, you know, I founded a farmer's market in Beirut in 2004, 21 years ago, and the only aim of it, you know, our slogan still today is make food, not war. I come from a country that is half Christian, half Muslim. I come from a country that is more known to the conflicts, to its conflicts, rather than to its non-conflicts. So it was very easy. Either we're gonna, you know, and it's just as the buildings that Şemsa talked about. It's a building with an Armenian lady living at the roof, a Kurdish person on the second floor, an Armenian person living on the first floor. So it was just like that. And when there is so much diversity, you either differences, sorry, not diversity. When there is so much differences, you either use these differences to fight between each other, or you just say, you know what, difference is diversity. It's extraordinary, and we are going to celebrate this diversity. Instead of me having the same traditions as her, celebrating on the same day, eating the same stuffed chicken, you know, or doing the same prayers, or it's like, it's so boring. She would be praying on one day, he would be doing it on another day, I would be doing it on another day, I would be cooking in a way. So this is celebrating diversity. And this is the only way where we can build, you know, humans, groups, countries, and the world. We cannot have, you know, a mono-human. This is something that is not, this is something that does not exist, that is not possible. So either we are going to embrace and to celebrate the diversity, or we are going to keep on fighting each other and killing each other, and by the end, no one is going to win. Did Hamas win yesterday night? Did the Israelis win? I don't know. I think no one won, and it was just one of the worst wars in the history of mankind until today. There was a peace summit last night, and I think we needed another peace summit the night before, because on the table there was Talia, there was Shamsa, and there was myself. And I forgot which dish it was, maybe it was an extraordinary dinner, in my opinion, when we had dinner in Yamas here on Monday night, and Sunday night, and I spoke about Tarator. And then it was, you know, a war between Talia and Shamsa about what is Tarator for her, what is Tarator for Talia, who is Greek, right? And then I didn't even dare to say what was Tarator for me, because I didn't even dare. It was already so tensed that I said I'm not going to put a third opinion. So, you know, it's the same word, it's three different expressions. Instead of having just one, it's three different expressions. And all of this region around the same land. The land gives the same production, agriculture. And the agriculture, instead of all of us doing the same tarator, it's so boring. Shamsa did some kind of tarator, Talia did another kind, Ozgur did a third kind, and I did a fourth kind, and it's so extraordinary. So this is what I try to do. I try to look for similarities beyond differences. I think we should try to celebrate diversity, embrace this diversity, and not be afraid of the other, because the other is not coming to take my place. There is place for me and for everyone else. Thank you.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions for people. Kamal, first of all, last night at dinner you said something that I was hoping you would expand on a little bit.
What did I say? Oh my God.
You said you don't like the word help when you're talking about the people that you work with. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
There's a long list of words. The first one is concept, for instance, you know, and another one is charity. You said, you told me you help farmers. I was nearly offended, and I said I help no one. And each one helps oneself. And we are just here, you know, to support each other. It's support, not help. And the giver has as much benefit and pleasure as the taker. And if ever you have a drop of water and I needed it, if you keep it for yourself, you're not going to use it, you know. Just do it, and it's a way to fructify it. So this is how I look at development. And I don't do farmers market. I do farmers market. I created kitchens too, where it's only home cooks who cook. It's home cuisine. It's not professional chefs with big ego, whether it's male or female. So it's mainly mothers who come and cook. In all of these places, it's about human development, because this is the only thing that we need to build around. In my opinion, there's no environmental crisis. I don't believe there is environmental crisis. This is total lie, because when you say there's environmental crisis, it's like if the environment had a crisis. The environment is perfect. Nature is perfect by itself. If someone ruined it, it's me. It's a human. So there's a human problem on the environment, not an environmental problem. If there is an economic problem, it's the humans that created this problem. It's not the economy by itself. So for me, anything we do should be only about human development, how to have a better oneself, a better individual, a better couple, a better group, a better society, a better country, a better world.
Thank you. The next question that I had for both Shamsa and Azad, you both talked in your speeches and your papers, your discussions about the idea of learning from the elders, learning from your ancestors, learning in your childhood. Can you talk a little bit more about that, and also about what someone today growing up in kitchens and food culture, what do you think they'll be nostalgic for?
I believe the best school would be by our mothers and grandmothers, because they bring the tradition and the knowledge, the ancient knowledge with them. They are living archives themselves. So we should do best to learn from them. But it shouldn't mean we should stick to what we have learned from them. This just would form the basis of our future. Then we would be free to do anything. I mean, you would teach not just about food. You would teach a child how to, let's say, manners, but later in life, would she or he apply those manners in her own life is her own choice. So we learn there, and then we decide what to do ourselves as individuals. We should not be bound by tradition, but we should be enriched by the tradition. And because, I mean, you can always go to schools, go to kitchens and this and that, but at the end, in my personal opinion and in my personal experience, I found people, the mothers who cook at tavlet, for example. I was lucky to have eaten there. I had an amazing experience, because this is how you create an experience from the inside of you. It's not a study. It should not be a studied project. It should come within, from within, and it should reach out to people. If you reach out to people, then it becomes an experience and it becomes reality. That's why I really believe that you need the rest. Of course, working in a professional kitchen is completely different than being in your mother's kitchen or in your home kitchen. And not every mother can do what the professional cooks do. Regardless, still, some of the also best Western chefs we know today, they always praise that they've learned by their mother, by their grandmother. So I think we should cherish this. I don't know, I forgot the rest of the question, sorry.
Me again. I believe I was lucky to learn from my mothers and grandmothers, because they didn't have the words like umami or balance. They were cooking with what they have it. And they were respecting the food, and they were teaching us to respect the food, because you cannot waste. So simple. And all tradition, it's all about this, actually. We talk about zero waste and the fermentation like something new today, but those are tradition of the thousands of years. Just we bring it up now because we, like a fashion, we do our circle. Good for the new generation, but the sad part in this, the modern mothers and fathers like you guys, you do not cook at home. And never, your kids never gonna learn from you, most of you. So this is the legacy that I was talking, and thank you for the passing, Maureen. This is, I believe, that the legacy that we're gonna leave behind, that to build an academy that free for everyone that can reach, not to just who one can afford, and teaching over there. Example, if we call Mr. Lazarakis and say, can you come to academy and teach about the wine? Would you come? We have yes. And the others also? Yeah, that's what we need, I believe. And this is gonna teach not just to cooking, to understand what is cooking, what is mean, what is memory behind, and how to respect the product, because we chefs, we have a broken cordon between us and the producers. Most of us, we just receive the food and we execute the recipe. We do not know the struggle the wild catch fish had for 10 years in the sea. And you just cook it wrong. You waste it. Thank you.
Are there any questions from anyone in the audience? Yeah.
First, let me thank all of you, particularly Kamal, for raising the awareness about the other part of the Mediterranean, representing Cyprus here. So, which I call the Mediterranean Plus. Oh, okay. So my question, I mean, you all hinted at that this part of the Mediterranean has seen a lot of struggle socially over the years since the beginning of time. How much do you think that and the dynamism that comes from that, positive or negative, has affected the way you think about food and you execute food?
Well, I think it's a lot of conflict because there's a lot of diversity. There's not, one color. Usually, there's always the concept of the other, which means there's a majority and the very small minorities that we call the other. So when I speak about the case of Lebanon, for instance, who's the other? The Muslim or the Christian? It's half-half. So who's the other? When you talk about, Jerusalem, when you talk about Cyprus yourself, right? It's half Turkish, half Greek. So who's the other? So this creates a lot of tension and so a lot of conflict. But at the same time, it brings a lot of diversity and richness. Like look how diverse your traditions can be. Look how diverse. I know best about Lebanon, so I talk about it. When I talk about like some kind of cookies, ma'moul, it's the same cookies that Muslim eat for Eid, and the same that Christian do for Easter, for instance. So, that's diversity. Unfortunately, we are in a period of conflict. How can we go beyond this to an era of celebrating diversity? It's by not being afraid, and we're definitely not there yet, unfortunately. And I think Ozgur has an opinion about it, and we have to know that both Ozgur and Shemsa live in Greece, not just for tourism, for political reasons, for personal reasons. Maybe I'm not here to talk about them, but Ozgur is, what's your status? Sorry, I forgot the technical terms. I'm always afraid to. What's your status? Is a refugee.
Yes, I'm holding political status.
Holding political asylum, and he's a refugee. He's an immigrant, so, you know what, guys? It's like in a zoo. I always say, like, I'm the one from the other side of the Mediterranean. I'm the monkey, I'm like in a zoo. And, like, it's a monkey with who you can talk with because he looks like us, he speaks like us. And Ozgur is the same. Like, you are all afraid of immigrants and immigration and all of these big words. Like, voila, this is an immigrant. Look at him, talk to him, ask him questions. And that's a reality.
Thank you. Any questions? I couldn't understand if I.
So there's a dynamism, there's some energy that's coming from all this history that we all carry with us. So what I was asking is, thousands of years of history and struggle, with people all over the place. Is that energy coming out in some of your dishes? Like you're struggling with something, and then here, what Semsa was saying, there's some internal energy, and then does it come out in your dish, in your menus?
I believe not totally, but in some things, especially with the spices, let's say you are cooking in a kitchen and you want to spice it up, and you have the habits that coming from your mother kitchen or from your neighbor kitchen, or it's for event cooking, and you just add the spices, and those spices are local for over there, and you find yourself adding those without knowing, without noticing, and when you taste it, you understand that what you are doing while cooking. Yes, of course, but for me, I believe this is the way of the cooking, because, okay, how much trained we are as a profession, how much read we are, but we always want to go back our mother kitchen, our elders' kitchen. Remember, guys, the watermelon with the feta in the summers. What can change this? What can replace this? Nothing. Nothing. Correct. That's all.
We have, I think, not enough time for another question, but I just want to thank everyone for your thoughts, your insight, and being here today with us at this panel. I've really appreciated getting to speak to all of you and know a little bit more about your world. Thank you, the world that we all share.
Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για αυτό το...
Thank you very much for this dynamic introductory session that was quite different. And now we are going to continue with chefs. The next session is entitled Healthy and Craveable, of chefs, signature flavors, and innovation in the professional Mediterranean kitchen. And of course, we will have chefs to talk about these issues. But now I would like to invite Maria Loy, well-known chef, TV producer, author. Maria, if you could please take your seat. I would also like to invite Manolis Papoutrakis, Nikos Bilis, and Christoforos Pesias, chefs that need no introductions.
Kalimera.
Good morning.
Means Kalimera by now, right? Okay. If not, you have to come back to Greece, maybe tomorrow, before you leave. So, welcome to Healthy and Craveable of Chefs' Signature Flavors and Innovation in the Professional Mediterranean Kitchen. Today, we will explore the vibrant world of Mediterranean cuisine, renowned for its health benefits and rich flavors. Our discussion will highlight innovative approaches in professional kitchens and showcasing how chefs creatively incorporated Mediterranean ingredients and flavors while maintaining nutritional value. That's the way we have to eat. We will also dive into a signature flavor and sauces and elevate dishes without added complexity. The topic is especially timely, given the growing demand, for healthy and sustainable food options. I will invite our panelists to share their insights on how Mediterranean cuisine can promote and improve health, outcomes, drive culinary innovations, and support sustainability in the food industry. Because here in Kalamata and here in Costa Navarino, we know that they support sustainability for sure. So I'm not going to take more of my time I have, because I want to discuss with these accomplished chefs. And you see how they are? The best in the world. Thank you. Since we talk about Costa Navarino, I think that I don't have to introduce anyone. If you want to say a few words, for yourself, and come back here. That's it. Bravo, Nico.
Kalimera.
Good morning. My name is Nikos. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today. I'm not the best speaker, but I will do my best. Nikos Bilis is my name. Is the Mediterranean diet truly craveable? Before we answer to this question, we need to accept that it is not an easy question. However, we need to use our imagination in order to answer it. So imagine a table with friends and relatives around. On this big table, there are many colorful dishes. A dish with tomato and extra virgin olive oil, with a flour of salt. There is a loaf of freshly baked bread, a plate with lalaya, a cheese pie from Mani, a plate with sfella and kayanas, a plate with wild greens. I believe that we can all imagine where this table is, in the Peloponnese. In the Peloponnese, that is a blessed place, the center of the Mediterranean culture, of Mediterranean diet, because for me, this is Mediterranean diet. The small local cuisines, each of which, with its own variety, contributes to this beautiful mosaic that is called Mediterranean diet. The Mediterranean diet is based on the different places, the different people, and on these beautiful tables. I don't know if you can see, but if you take a look at this table, you can easily understand the season. You can see that there are some seasonal ingredients. It is very important to see the ingredients in order to understand the season and the seasonality. On this table, we can also see the use of greens, olive oil, legumes, and very little meat, because this is the cuisine of the Peloponnese and the Mediterranean. It is a mainly vegetarian diet that is craveable and healthy at the same time. It is a diet that is very beneficial for our health, but it is also the cuisine that is based on sharing, that is good for our soul. And this is more important because health is being happy, and we are happy when we are together. But what is the role of the chefs, men and women, in the professional Mediterranean cuisine? And I'm saying cooks, not chefs, actually, cooks. I don't really like the term chefs. When we talk about Mediterranean cuisine, we talk about cooks, not chefs, most of the times. So best to use the term cook instead of chefs. And how can we innovate by creating different flavors? Let's start by making the first step. We need to learn from the past. The first step is always the most important and most often the one that we forget to make. So we need to go back to the past, because in order to have the Mediterranean cuisine of the future, we need to protect as we need to protect the past and the tradition. So we need to go back. And this is equally true for the local cuisines and traditions. It sounds easy, but what do we do in practice? The tradition of every place is the road we need to follow, a road that is difficult to follow because it's full of turns and steep corners, but at the same time full of memories. And we need to treasure those memories in order to understand ourselves. And we can do that by studying and investigating our tradition and then putting it into our cuisine. Because the one that protects the tradition has the future. And this is exactly what will bring innovation into our cuisines. I believe that all the participants said that we need to go back to our tradition, to our parents, to our grandparents, to our neighbors, and learn from them in order to learn the Mediterranean cuisine. And then then we need to love what we have and what we produce as a place, every place separately. We, in the Peloponnese, we produce specific products that we need to cherish. The same stands for those who live in Crete. Slowly, we need to discover and cherish all the wealth of the country in order to celebrate the Mediterranean cuisine, which, thanks to its simplicity, seasonality, and locality, has become what it is today, the queen of all cuisines. A cuisine that is at the same time a celebration, and all the peoples that are around it celebrate it on a daily basis around the table. And we, the professional cooks, we need to be the messengers of this message. In conclusion, I would like you to imagine this beautiful journey that we started. Grain, grape, olive. Bread, wine, olive oil, the three ingredients that constitute the foundations of the Mediterranean civilization. Are these the only ones? Of course not. When we finish this journey, we can put on the table the ingredients that we deem are Mediterranean, because at the end of the day, these are the ingredients that will feed our body, but also our soul. Of course, the Mediterranean diet is craveable and undoubtedly healthy. I hope you all agree.
Γεια σου, Μαρία.
Γεια σου, Χριστόφορε.
My name is Christoforos Peskias. I am a chef, a cook, or whatever. Before we go into the subject, I wanted to tell a little story. I was always enchanted about the history of humans, in how I will explain how it translates to food. They found in caves drawings of people gathering 10,000 years ago, and one thing they noticed is that they drew, and we know they sang. And I'm always thinking, is music necessary for our survival? I think it is, but it's for the survival of our soul. And always, when it comes to food, is good food necessary for our survival? Like Mrs. Torribera said, at some point, humans started to cook to enjoy. So I think the heart seeks pleasure and the mouth needs to be amused. And with that in mind, if we come into recent times, the role of the good cook was held in society by our mothers or our grandmothers, or and I remember my mother saying, my mother-in-law was a good cook, and that was to be, it was, how would say English word? She's a good cook. And my other grandmother was not such a good cook, so I was frowned upon. And how that relates to today. I think when we say a restaurant meal, I don't know if a restaurant meal, it's especially if you think of a tasting menu, I don't know if that is a thing. It is a menu, it is an experience that is healthy by itself. And the role of the cook, the cook was our mother, our grandmother, a lady in the village. That role of the person that amuses you, your mouth, is held by chefs today, especially in times that we know that less and less people cook at home or cook traditionally. Now, supermarkets now, I remember a time when most of the produce section was the biggest section. Now the biggest section is the buffet. Salad bars or other kinds of buffet, meals that are ready. So the cook today has the role of he amuses your mouth. And I think when we go out to restaurants, the idea that we're going to cook, we're going to eat a healthy meal, it's a little of a paradox. So, especially if we eat a 10-course degustation menu, 3 desserts, and then you mix this thing up. But again, in other terms, how does us being Mediterranean, with our heritage as Mediterranean people, we have all the tools and we have the DNA to cook healthy. And that has to do with the horta, the wild greens, it has to do with the olive oil. And I think there are things that you can do in food, for example, using acidity. I come from Cyprus too. We are 2 here. Flavor comes from the things that give spikes to taste, I think. Like, for example, lemon juice. You add acidity to food, it gives you flavor. You add garlic in food, it gives you flavor. And all these things that people call umami these days, we had it, we didn't know how we call it. These are things that add flavor to food. And I think there are a lot of things that we can do to make healthy food craveable. I think that was the object of the discussion. And we're in a great place to do that. But also, wake up. Also to have in mind that the restaurant experience, I don't know if we can say that a restaurant experience in the sense that we understand it today, that it became a theatrical experience, a dramatic experience. I don't know if that is a healthy, that is per se a healthy experience. But we're talking about one meal and we're talking about amusement. That's all I had to say.
Manoli?
Manolis?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to be here with you today and speak about a subject that goes far beyond receipts, menus, or trends. What we call the Mediterranean kitchen is not just a regional cuisine. It is a living culture, a philosophy that brings people, land, and time together through good. We often hear that Mediterranean cuisine is one of the healthiest in the world. That's true, but it only scratches the surface. What makes it truly remarkable is that it manages to be both healthy and craveable, deeply nourishing, yet irresistibly pleasurable. And this is exactly the paradox we, as chefs or cooks, must explore. No? The black. Oh. Yeah. The Mediterranean food teaches us something fundamental, that pleasure and health are not enemies. They are two expressions of the same idea, balance. Think about a simple dish. Tomatoes at their peak, olive oil pressed a few kilometers from the field, a pinch of sea salt, a slice of bread still warm from the oven. It is a humble composition, but it carries everything: nutrition, comfort, memory, and joy. In a world obsessed with performance, calories, macros, molecular precision, this kind of food reminds us that eating well is not a technical act, it is a cultural one. The Mediterranean table is about rhythm and measure, not excess, not deprivation. It's about eating with awareness, with curiosity, with gratitude. As professional chefs, we live in a time of contrasts. On the one hand, there is science, nutrition, sustainability, innovation, precision. On the other, there is instinct, taste, emotion, improvisation. Our work is to stay exactly at that interaction, to use modern knowledge not to complicate food, but to bring it closer to its essence. Being a Mediterranean chef today means bringing tradition and innovation, heritage and progress, nature and technique. Innovation in this context does not mean inventing something new for novelty's sake. It means understanding deeply what already exists and revealing it anew. For example, when we slow cook chickpeas with fresh bay leaf and lemon peel, or use olive oil to cure fish instead of butter or cream, we are not just changing ingredients. We are rethinking our relationship with flavor, with health, and with the environment. We are redefining indulgence itself. The phrase healthy and craveable seems almost contradictory. Can something truly good for the body also excite desire? In the Mediterranean world, the answer has always been yes, because we never separated those two. The pleasure of food is not an enemy of health. It is its greatest ally. When a dish satisfies the senses through freshness, texture, aroma, and balance, it creates a positive emotional response. That emotion is what makes people return to it. Science now confirms that Mediterranean culture has known for centuries that food shared in joy, prepared with integrity, and eaten in company is healthier not only physically, but psychologically. Let's speak for a moment about the idea of signature flavors. In fine dining, we often think of a signature as a visual identity, a plating style, a technique, an aesthetic. But in the Mediterranean context, signature flavors are not about ego. They are about interpretation. Every chef carries with them a landscape, the smells of childhood, the rhythm of the seasons, the people who fed them. Our task is to translate that into flavor. A signature flavor is not a trademark, it's a voice. When a guest tastes your dish and senses honesty, clarity, that's your signature. For me, it might be the taste of wild greens, olive oil, and lemon juice. For someone else, the salt of the sea, or the sweetness of a sun-dried fig. But what unites all Mediterranean chefs is the same principle: flavor and truth. There is a misconception that innovation means cutting ties with tradition. But the strongest innovations come from understanding roots so well that you can reinterpret them. Take fermentation, for example. It's everywhere in modern cuisine. But long before it became a trend, our grandmothers were fermenting olives, cheese, and grape must. Today's chefs revisit those same processes, armed with knowledge of microbiology, temperature control, and sustainability. And the result is not nostalgia, but evolution. This is innovation with roots, using the wisdom of the past to answer the questions of the present. It is about preserving the Mediterranean authenticity while making it relevant in a fast, globalized, and often disconnected food world. If I had to name one ingredient that defines the Mediterranean kitchen, it wouldn't be extra virgin olive oil or oregano. It would be people. Because the Mediterranean table is communal, it is built around generosity, conversation, and sharing. In every village from Portugal to Lebanon, food is a social act. It brings people together regardless of status or background. And that sense of humanity is something our professional kitchens must never lose. In a time when technology is reshaping everything, we have to preserve empathy in gastronomy. Cooking, at its highest level, it's an act of connection between cook and producer, between kitchen and community, between food and memory. So what is the future of the Mediterranean kitchen in professional gastronomy? It lies, I believe, in balance and integrity, balancing local and global influences, intuition and technique, health and indulgence. It means embracing sustainability not as a marketing term, but as an everyday ethic. It means educating young chefs that creativity begins with understanding, not rejection, or of their roots. And it means showing that world that healthy can be sensual, exciting, and deeply human. We don't need to chase novelty. We need to rediscover the meaning. The Mediterranean kitchen teaches us that simplicity can be profound and that pleasure can be virtuous. It teaches us that food, when made with honesty and care, becomes more than sustenance. It becomes culture. So when we cook, let's remember, we are not just feeding bodies. We are shaping values. We are telling stories. We are carrying forward a civilization. If we do that with respect, curiosity, and passion, then the Mediterranean will remain what it has always been: healthy, craveable, and human. Thank you.
Bravo, Manoli. So, first of all, I would like to say thank you to Dimitris Trichopoulos, Adonia Trichopoulou, and Dr. Willett. I don't know if he's here, from Harvard University. Craig Treasure, I don't see if he's here as well. And who actually put the Mediterranean diet where it should be. Thank you, Adonia. I'm so proud to call you my friend. Thank you. And then I have to say thank you to the Culinary Institute of America that this project with the culinary therapeutics, I'm sorry, I don't know if you announced yet, but I announced it today, okay? It's going to be a revolution, which brings us back to the Greek roots, where everything started from the ancient years. That's what we had, Hippocrates, you know. It was Greek. And of course, a big thank you to Chef. Can you imagine Chef? I said Chef, huh? You know, Constantakopoulos. Oh my God. Well, he was chef in everything, actually, because chef, it doesn't mean that to cook in the kitchen like our friends here, they said we're cooks, we're not chefs. But chef is to organize everything and not only to cook, right? So, Captain Vassilis, he was a very good friend of mine with my other friend, Peter Papas, that he was not here. And that's why I'm here. And we're here because of all of them. And we're here because of all of them. Thank you. And I want to ask many questions, because maybe you have questions. They said it all before, as you understood. What is the flavor that you can make an easy recipe, very easy recipe that you like to add, or you have already in your menu? Nikos? Open that way.
You know, there is no secret in a recipe. What we need to integrate is what we all three said, the knowledge that we have from our ancestors in order to preserve the Mediterranean kitchen, and always on the basis of seasonality. You know, now as I was coming, I realized that it is a season that they start to harvest the olives. And you know, in this season, it's always best to take a break, get some bread, eat some olives. This is the secret.
But what about figs?
Obviously. The area where we are today is famous for its figs. Kalamata, yes, we can do a lot with figs. We can use dry figs, we can prepare a drink from figs, we can do several different things. These are the signature flavors that we can get from figs.
So how you do that?
You know, just a drop from something can spike the flavor that we are looking for in a dish.
Just wine? Nothing very special, you know, like you have to add. Good. He's a cook. He's a real cook. So, Cristoforo, well, you have been always, you know, very professional in the kitchens, even that you say now that you're just a cook and all that. I remember I used to come even in Kolonaki in your restaurant. My God, years. And everybody loved what you have been doing, something modern, all of that. How you feel today about it?
About what? Doing...
You changed a lot.
Feel about what? Doing modern things, you mean?
No, not modern things. You know, you were back to your roots.
I have always had a liking for tradition, and I think it was Nikos that said it, or Manolis. It's good to. I always found that in cooking, if you lose memory, you lose yourself, and it's hard to focus. And I always thought to cook and to have on a recipe or on a history that worked for a long time, and to innovate with that, it is to me an ideal way to cook. I have always liked it, and I always felt, I think, if you have me cook a traditional recipe like the way exactly my grandmother would do it, I wouldn't have. I couldn't make it. I couldn't make it correctly. I think the idea that tradition is a still picture in time. It's a wrong. Tradition is not a picture in time. Tradition is something that evolves. So I always felt that. Cooking based on tradition, but you will always have to innovate or express the time that you live in. We live in different times, and when people lived 20, 30 years ago, or even 60 years ago. So to me, ideally, you cook based on tradition for the modern world.
Manoli. I remember that we met in Crete a few years ago, and I see today the progress that you have. And I really appreciate that you keep the roots, you know, you are there. It's very nice. How you think, like, it could be healthy and delicious. Yeah. I think we can, not only one dish, like in our kitchens, yeah. And sustainable as well.
Well, thank you for your kind words, Maria. I think that it's very easy to do that. If you follow some simple rules, you can do it. I mean, first of all, when you try to make a recipe, the first thing that I do is to think about the time, the season. So then I take the ingredients that I can find. And not the ingredients that I can find all over the world, but near to the place that I'm cooking. And that's locality. So I have already two things that I have to think about. The one is the season, and the second is the products that I can find near me, around me. And that's already sustainable. Beyond that, when you use something that is seasonal, it's delicious from itself. I mean, if you have a tomato during the winter time, it's very difficult to be delicious. If you have it at summertime, it's going to be probably much better and sometimes delicious. So that's a very important part of it. Then, the third thing that I try to do is not to complicate too much things. I mean, if I am mixing too many flavors in one dish and too many ingredients in one dish, then in a way, if you are not a super talented chef, because there are chefs that are super talented and can make it wonderfully. If you are not that case, and you mix too many things in one recipe, in one plate, then probably it's going to be confusing for the people that are eating and not as delicious as usually it is if it's simple. So if we take all that together, we have seasonality, we have locality, we have, because of that, sustainability, and after that, simplicity of the combination of the flavors. If you have that as a path, then I think you can do things easily delicious.
I like that. So, thank you very much, Analyst. So if I got, from all of you, I can see local, okay, seasonal, sustainable, delicious, right? Do you agree? All of them, they agree on the same thing. What about Mr. Peskis? You don't, because you come from Cyprus, it's different? Come on.
One thing, we have to remember, food has no nationality. Food has locality. So, and I think when people cooked, they didn't cook because they were from Turkey or Greece. And I think if a fish is swimming in the Aegean and it crosses and it is in, for example, in Castellorizo and it swims and it crosses the border, does it change? Does it need a passport or does it change nationality? And we tried, we try to understand food in terms of nationality, but I think it is not true. Food is local. Food is locality, it's not nationality. So.
Well, I agree on that. And we like food, but we don't have wine today. Why? We speak only about, like ingredients, for cooking. No wine. Yes, of course, Manoli.
Yeah. I think that's something that we need to mention. I don't know about the discussion, the scientific discussion about the health and non-health benefits of using alcohol. But I can say for sure that if we combine our beautiful meals, dinners in restaurants or at home with some quantity of wine, combined with the communication of people around the table makes it wonderful. I mean, the wine is, for me that I am a chef and I am trying to explore flavors, because that's one of the main things that I want to do. It's not only about cooking, but exploring what is the flavor of things. Wine is a magic word. And even if we don't have to drink too much, I think we have to drink some wine. It's wonderful. And it's a part of our gastronomy. I cannot imagine a restaurant working without having wine inside. For me, it's crazy. So yeah, we have to support that part of the experience, having that communal chef's table or any table in a restaurant or out of it. Yeah, Maria.
It's part of our to add to that. It's part of our culture and part of our religion too. The wine has always come. We are Christians. It doesn't mean we are in the right religion, but we are Christian. And you remember, Christ washed the feet of his students with wine. And then when you go to church today to commune, you drink a little wine. Then it shows the importance of wine. I think the way we eat and the way we drink, it has to do a lot with our religion. We forget how important religion became in our in our tradition of eating. For example, as Christians, if we were traditional Greek Christians, we would fast around more than 150 days in a year, and that shaped the way we cooked a lot.
But Christopher, I will say something, because I travel a lot, in the Emirati world, all that. Things are changing rapidly about that. So they're adapting wine in there, and very good wine, actually. So, like if you go to Abu Dhabi, you will have restaurants that they have amazing wine. And actually, I love Abu Dhabi because if you go to the Abrahamic family house, you will see how the Christians, the Muslims, and Jewish people, they're together. It's amazing what's happening. And that's what we should be actually today. And that's how food is. That we have to be all together. And like Christopher says, it's topic, it's not, doesn't have, but I'm Greek, I cannot say. Greek food is the best. So, any questions? Of course. We said about wine. Where were you? To have a, okay. Because we love wine. Everything in moderation, eh?
Has nothing to do with wine.
Okay.
To all of you, the celebratization of chefs is the worst thing that happened ever to the chefs.
Can you repeat, please?
The celebratization of chefs is the worst thing that ever happened to the chefs, B, the people that go to restaurants, C, to cooking, D, all of the above.
Why? Can you say why?
Can I answer?
Yes, okay. Yeah, Lazarakis.
You gave the answer,
yeah.
Mr. Lazarakis.
Yeah.
Can I answer to Mr. Lazarakis, my friend? I don't care. I became a cook in 1992. Yes, in 1992 I became a professional cook. I studied management, business administration in the United States, and I decided to become a cook. I still cook on my days off, and this has been a wonderful career for me. But I had good days and I had bad days. And I still, at the end of the day, I remember one day I chose to do this job because I liked it. Now, if it became, if chefs became celebrities, I don't care. I liked my job. I chose to do it. I became a chef at 28 years old. It was a conscious decision, and I still like to do it, and I still cook on my days off for my friends and my family, and I still enjoy it.
That's excellent, yes. And I echo, Pescas, because that's how I feel as well. And I never call myself a chef, actually, when they call me a chef. And they say, how we address you? I said, Maria Loy.
Sorry, Maria, I always say I'm a cook, but I'm also a chef. I know we try to be humble, but I am a chef, and a chef is a French word. It means chief. It doesn't mean much.
Yes,
it means
that's
the
exactly
chief of the cooks.
That's what I said.
We are chefs and we are
so,
cooks.
Nico, you said something.
Με ακούτε? Ωραία. Θα ήθελα να πω στον κύριο Λαζαράκη, συμφωνώ μαζί του, το ξέρει πολύ καλά.
I would like to say to Mr. Lazarakis that I agree with him. These are the rules of the market. This is what happened. And then also chefs follow the example of wines. When there's demand for wine, wine becomes more expensive. There's a demand for chefs, chefs become more expensive. It's not something that we intended to do. We all like to cook, to be around in a kitchen over a pot. But things change. But we must mention that there are other chefs that don't do what we're talking about. I'm assuming this is what Mr. Lazarakis is referring to those people who enjoy being chefs. There's another question. Good morning. Thank you for this great event. It's one of the most important events that could take place on an international scale, not just local. And I would like to say, as a note to our grandfathers, our grandmothers, that all those people were cooking with 0 food miles. Their imprint was like nothing. I don't know, at the reach of my hand. They could not travel. No 100 miles, no 300 miles, nothing. And this is a node to the older generations about why I would like to add that we should not forget when we're talking about our roads that wine is closely associated to Greek culture from birth, marriage to death. Thank you and congratulations in particular to this session, which is the heart and soul of this conference. Thank you. Thank you so much. We thank you very much. Σας
appreciate for you being here. And I love that these chefs, cooks, they feel like this, they cook like this, and they support, for me, the Greek cooking all over the world. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ τους 4 σεφ.
We'd like to thank the 4 chefs who tease our appetite, but please be patient for one more session before we take a break. So the next session that has no chefs is the session that pertains to the renewal of the Mediterranean diet. We had a similar discussion yesterday, but now we are going to touch upon people that are involved in farming, people that approach production from a different angle. So I would kindly ask the moderator of the session, Effi Lazaridou, CEO of Νέα Γεωργία. Effi, please come on stage. And I would also like to invite the presenters, Vasilios Gisakis, Mr. Alkis Alexandrou, and Ellen Cecile Wright.
Good morning, everyone, and congratulations to the organizers for this amazing event. So yes, we're going to talk about the primary sector during this discussion. The Mediterranean diet is based on a thriving ecosystem that is made of a moderate climate and predictable weather conditions that produce all these wonderful, healthy, high-quality, nutritious ingredients that are the Mediterranean diet, this gastronomic treasure that is actually healthy for humans and the planet. However, the Mediterranean region today is particularly vulnerable to the climate crisis as one of the regions in the world mostly affected and hit by extreme weather phenomena, desertification, scarcity of natural resources. Actually, according to the soil deal by the European Union, 60 to 70% of all land in Europe is degraded due to poor farming practices, pollution and urbanization. So all these conditions, combined with depopulation of rural areas, the lack of generational renewal in farming communities, and the fact that we all feel this threat towards the livelihood of people living in those rural areas, all these pose a threat also to the existence of the Mediterranean diet. So we're going to discuss a few things about how we are tackling these issues and how we can create a more positive and a more optimistic outlook for the future in the region. So I will start by asking Ellen, who has been one of the authors of the Eat Lancet Commission study. And may I remind everyone that this was a major step towards defining what a healthy diet looks like. A healthy diet not only for humans, but also for the natural environment and the planet. So we got some very interesting results from that study. So according to your understanding, what is the current state of food systems impact on the environment globally? And what do you envision for the future? And if we can start with the presentation, please.
Thank you. Yes, so although the focus here is on the Mediterranean, I'll start with a global picture. So in the Eat Lancet Commission, we assess the global situation of the current food system and also projections for different transformation pathways, different scenarios for the future. But what we did find is that food and food systems is the major cause for breaching the planetary boundaries, or the boundaries for the Earth system processes that maintain the current situation. So there's this planetary boundary framework where we should live to enable a safe place for humans to live. And the food is one of the major causes for breaching those boundaries, which includes land use and biodiversity loss. That's particularly from extensive monoculture. Water use, which is then particularly a local problem, so it can be more extreme in some areas than others. Nitrogen and phosphorus loss, meaning overuse of fertilizers. And the novel entities, which is a bit more kind of new assessment, but in relation to agriculture, the use of, or overuse of pesticides and antimicrobials. And then, of course, greenhouse gas emissions, as we all know, like 30% is from food systems, and in there, a third from agriculture, and a third from land use change, and a third from the post-harvest processes. So that's the situation we have today. And what we did look at in the commission is like, so where does this take us? So we see that, you know, on a business as usual prediction, with a growing population, we will just continue to increase and increase and increase until we reach, you know, certain tipping points where we don't know what's going to happen. But we did model dietary shifts, improved production practices, so both increased productivity, but also more sustainable practices, and then food loss and waste, or reducing the food loss and waste. And we did find that shifting diets to the planetary health diet, which is very much aligned with the Mediterranean diet, has the largest impacts. So it's very impactful to shift diets to reduce the environmental impacts of the food system. But obviously also shifting to sustainable ecological intensification or sustainable practices together with reduced food loss and waste will have a larger impact, so all three of them together. And what we see is that even if we do all these measures, we're shifting diets, shifting to sustainable practices, halving the food loss and waste, all three together, we can just maybe come within the boundaries again. So it's really critical. The food system needs to change for us to keep the planet as we know it today.
Thank you, Ellen. And I think we are becoming, day by day, even more conscious of these conditions. So, Vassilis, you are a researcher at Elgo Dimitra, the National Organization for Agricultural Research, and you have been testing and piloting different farming practices on the ground. According to your experience, what is the current state and future outlook, especially for the Mediterranean region, as that is quite affected by what is happening in the climate?
Thank you. I'm happy that I'm here because it's a conference which is not scientific. So I don't really have to speak with figures, graphs, but I have one photo. Maybe it's easy to have it. Yeah, I mean, I will take it from where Ellen has left it. I mean, we're in the Mediterranean, and we are right now in the front line of the climate crisis and other crises plus. I mean, they are very turbulent times. I mean, we see it. I choose this photo because it was taken last year from Crete. It shows, it's very alarming because it's alarming for a farmer, but also agronomist, maybe for everybody, because what we see is, it's obvious, yes, it's a dried olive tree, which should not be there. I mean, it should not be in such condition, because we talk about the Koroneiki variety, supposed to be resistant to drought, heat, but yet it was not tolerant to the upcoming conditions of climate change. I mean, we see many different aspects of this crisis coming. I mean, change in rain patterns. Of course, we have very poor soils. Soil deal already announced it, the Joint Research Center of European Union already announced it. We are in more severe conditions. But then let's go again a little bit globally. I mean, besides the, let's call it agricultural, environmental aspects, we have also this turbulence, conflict in the area. I mean, last week I was in a conference in Sweden, and I was surprised, also alarmed to see that some colleagues from Sweden announcing that the Swedish government had set up, it's called the Food Defense Center.
Food Defense
It was very nice. I mean, they also had a fork and spoon, like weapons, and the root beet. It was all about food sovereignty. I mean, the things are changing. I mean, it's not like business as usual, both in terms of production, but also in other aspects. So, I mean, also yesterday I had another email from some Italian colleagues sharing initiative to monitor and prevent the destruction of olive trees in the West Bank of Palestine, I mean, where we have some illegal settlers, etc. So you see, it's not so simple. Usually when I'm in such presentations and talking about this introductory part, the bad conditions that are actually here, that it's not something in the future to be projected, it's actually here. Many people get desperate. Yes, they say, all right, it's a bad condition. Do we have to abandon the ship? No. It's about, it's time of change. I mean, we really need a paradigm shift. I mean, it's about transforming our food system. So this is what all these photos of the situation, also the very interesting graph of the Eat Lancet tells us. Another path to follow, yes?
It's a great point that you made. Food is becoming something that we realized after the Second World War is an element of power, control, and national security, actually. So coming over to you, Alkis, you are leading the agricultural business unit of one of the major banks in Greece that is actually serving the vast majority of farmers in the country. And given your understanding, I think almost the last 8-10 years that you have been in this position, what can you share about how financial institutions are responding to these pressing needs and are supporting this transition, both in Greece and maybe in Europe?
Yep. Okay. Good morning to everybody. I'm Alkis Alexandrou. I'm the General Manager of Agri-Banking in Piraeus Bank. I've decided to make up with that slide to you, which can give you a different opinion about the banks in the agri-food sector. We, as bankers, use a rather dull, undistinguished language with a glossary like derivatives and structured finance, foreign exchange, and issues that are very far away from what happens on the ground. In our field of interest, which is the agri-food, I've put down the 5 largest agri-banks in Europe, Crédit Agricole in Sao Paulo, Agrobank is a CaixaBank, is a Spanish bank, Rabobank and ourselves. I've given you some figures in terms of how much is the value of property we manage in each and every country. It's a huge value of assets that we have to take the best use of, and best use of means what exactly are the needs of our clients, what are the needs of our farmers, of our agri-cooperatives, and of the small SME who try to find themselves in the food industry. You can identify some keywords in all banks which are different than the ones that I've said previously. For example, in Crédit Agricole, there is keywords like soil health, biodiversity, water animal welfare, and circular economy. In Intesa Sao Paulo, precision farming, climate resilience, agri-tech M&A advisory. In Agrobank, digitalization, AI-powered soil analysis. In Rabobank, carbon farming, startups link sustainable data with financing with food and agri. You can certainly understand that what caters more for our banks nowadays is how we can bring value into our clientele. In our bank, I've put some keywords which I'll have the opportunity to explore further, like the Center of Excellence, which I'll explain down the road. The AgriFlex, e.g., is a product that we provide in our clients where effectively, when something turns upside down and there are disasters, natural disasters, we have pre-agreed, pre-arranged to extend their loans without even coming into the bank. Contractual farming is another example where we put together the farmers and the processors, so the bank stands in between and discuss with the farmers themselves and the off-takers, i.e. the companies who buy the natural resources that they produce. ESG in practice, and certainly we utilize all the national and European programs so as to bring liquidity into the market. So the situation has changed in our industry, and we keep on focusing into the future rather than looking into the past. Thanks so much.
Yes, it is amazing what kind of needs have emerged and how all the financial instruments have shifted, actually, towards mitigating climate crisis and preparing for the future. And I think this is critical for the financial institutions, the state, and also the farmers themselves, that they need to understand how they can protect their farm businesses, their livelihoods, and the future of food production. So I understand from this first round of answers that we are at a tipping point. So I would like to ask you to share, from your perspectives, what are the critical factors that we have to put in place for future-proofing agricultural production and the future of the Mediterranean diet? So we'll start with you, Vassilis. You are on the ground, you're a researcher, you're working with farming techniques. What can research and science contribute so that we can go towards farming practices that mitigate climate crisis, they create climate resilient systems, and produce nutritious food?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we, of course, researchers with other colleagues from other countries, especially in the Mediterranean, we discuss about it. I mean, what is our role here? I mean, we're researchers. Do we have solutions? Yes, we can work on this. But mostly we're giving messages. We're not the decision makers. But we can provide the solution. So it is increasingly clear with all this, let's say, new science generated the last years in the so-called sustainable agriculture, let's call it, yes, where we see that, as I said before, we need a change, a transformation of example, how we should do that. We also have a change of perception. I mean, we don't see just the field. I mean, how to make more better, more sustainable the farm, for example. Nowadays, I mean, it's better way to have a socio-ecological aspect, point of view, to understand that it's not to do everything right up to the farm gate and then it's over. I mean, consumption, waste, material, whatever, it's much more integrated. So we're talking about, we have keywords. We talk about resilience, of course, which is the end point. Sustainability, yes, a word that's been mistreated and used so much last time. So we talk about transformations through a so-called agroecological transition, going from just efficiency and productivity as main targets to sustaining first all these resources that we have to use. I mean,
different KPIs, I understand.
Yes, I mean, we should really change the way we look at the, let's say, the farm level, the primary production. I mean, productivity should be the result of a sustainable food system. It shouldn't be the end, it shouldn't be the main target. So we talk about, as I said, focusing on several aspects, soil, biodiversity, so many tools that can really give us the assets to move forward towards this direction, which I can share with you later, of course, with real examples.
Fantastic. And Ellen, on your perspective, what about the people that are involved, the farming communities who are affected by all this situation? How can we support them and secure livelihood for those communities?
Yeah, thank you. So, as I mentioned initially, so dietary change is a very strong lever to reduce environmental impacts globally. But that also means, I mean, shifting diets means shifting production. So we will see then that you need to shift sectors maybe. So if we are globally to reduce meat intake, obviously the meat sectors need to reduce. And those that are currently employed in meat production might need to change the sector that they work in. Because we also see that this shift, the dietary shift that we are recommending, again, on a global scale, it requires a lot of more vegetables, nuts, legumes, fruits. So those sectors would then increase. So, but then the farmers might need support in, transitioning from being a meat producer to being a crop producer, a vegetable or a legume producer. And that's where I think we really need to see monetary investments and practical support to support the transition for people moving from one sector to another. Because we do see globally, even with with the projected population growth, but at the same time, improved productivity, both in a business as usual scenario and in our more sustainable scenarios. We see that you have more or less the same number of people employed in agriculture, but we do see a shift if we are to shift our diets. So yeah, so that's where we're calling on financial institutions or governments to support that transition for smallholder farmers or for farming cooperatives, to education, to investment in new farming tools, and so yeah, that's how we can secure livelihoods, I believe, in the future.
Mm-hmm. So we're talking about reskilling or
Yes.
upskilling farming communities, investing in younger generations who are more keen in introducing new things and trying out new things. That's I think, critical at this point. Alkis, coming back to you again. So you have a focus on this socio-economic structure of rural communities. So according to your understanding as a financial institution, what will be the single most important element that will influence this transition towards a more sustainable farming model?
Okay, good. Effie, it's a very demanding question who hasn't got only one answer. But I would be saying that the key word I'd like to explain and the next 2 or 3 minutes, is the word processing. Processing is the type of activity which gives extra value into the primary sector produced goods. You can find in my presentation 4 columns. The first is the food produced on the primary sector. It's agriculture itself. The second column is the food and beverage processing. It's all the processing technique that's being used in our field of interest. Then it is the wholesaling and retailing, effectively are the supermarkets and the selling points of the produced or non-processed or non-processed products. And the final one are the serving activities, restaurants, horeca, and the catering. 2 issues. The first is the number of holdings in the first row. You can identify that there are a lot of holdings into the agriculture, so there are very many people, families, enterprises, small enterprises who are caring about their future, and the other companies that are involved are less, but more stronger viably, as you can certainly understand. And the third row is the value of output. Effectively, let's call it sales, like sales. So on an annual basis, the agriculture industry, those are data from the Eurostat, produces something like a value of 10 billion euros. So that 10 billion euros are transcended into the next rounds of the economy. The companies that process the products that are produced by the farmers gain a value of 21 billion euros. So this is the extra value being taken by processing the foods themselves. The wholesalers and the retailers, they take some of the products of the agriculture sector and they sell it into the consumer for a value of 10 billion euros. And certainly part of those food ingredients are being offered into the restaurants and produce another 12 billion euros. So what I'd like to pinpoint is that we have to share some of that value into the agriculture if possible, and because that cannot be that easy, what we have to take care of is to increase the value of the first column. And this is part of our job. This is part of what we're doing daily in Piraeus. We do communicate with our clients, we discuss a lot, we hear them, and we try to find solutions which are meaningful for them and for the bank, because no solution is viable for the bank unless it's the best for our clients. Thank you very much.
I think you made a really important point about the value-adding element of food processing and all the need we have to create more value in the farms, by introducing technology, making farmers sustainable, decreasing the use of inputs and energy costs, water, fertilizers, and all of that. And I think this is quite well combined with the agroecology and the need for reskilling younger generations. So, yes.
May I just add an additional comment? Because obviously it's very important, this, the economic side and the environment side, but also to, I guess, your question, I could have, gone a bit further also into, remembering that this is people involved. So the numbers we see here in agriculture, all the, the holdings enterprises in agriculture, the employment in agriculture, these are people that also need to have their rights respected, to have a decent working conditions. And we do see that globally, there are, a third of the global population are unable to afford a healthy diet. And people that are employed in the food sector are highly represented in that group. So the people that produce the food that we all need to eat are the ones that are often worst off and can't afford to buy the same healthy food in the other end. And not just employed in agriculture, but also employed in these other sectors, kind of the ones that are serving the food, or the ones that are lower down in the food system sector. So also remembering that both today and in the future, we need to make sure that there are decent working conditions for the food system workers, that we all have a living wage according, like relevant in the country we're living, that we have freedom or the rights to join labor unions, that there are collective bargaining opportunities, and also with this corporate control, which I also think you can kind of see from these numbers, how we need to make sure that for the small holder farmer or for the everyday worker, that we don't get too much concentrated power within the food system. So those are important elements to remember, I think, in this picture.
Fantastic contribution, Ellen. Thank you very much. And you just reminded me of a recent study in Europe that showcased how this climate crisis, transition, has created mental health and health problems among farming communities. And there is a growing anxiety about how these people are pulling off after great disasters. Let's think about what happened the last 3-4 years in Greece, how many disasters, especially Thessaly, has suffered. These are real people. We have beneficiaries there. I'm thinking of them, and I'm quite uncomfortable when I think about what happened to them. People that we have supported through the years, they have been destroyed and destroyed again, and they are still resilient and staying there. But for how many years? And how has this affected their livelihood, their lives, their personal lives, their everyday routines? So this is something to think about, and this has become a major issue. I hope we can somehow find a way that we can meaningfully support those communities, because they're doing something that we owe them respect for that. So last round of questions, and I would like to go down to the field and invite you to share some real examples from your everyday work that can showcase what we can do to lead this transition towards a more optimistic, more assertive future. So Vassilis, some takeouts from your work.
Yeah, I mean, back in my days when I was younger, I was in photography, so I really believe in the power of images sometimes. So that's why I want to share this photo with you. I think it's very striking, but there's a story behind it. This is from a project we have about table olives production in the center of Greece, and we see on the bright side with the force, you can see the farm of a...
It's not an AI image.
No, it's not an AI image, not even manipulated by, I don't know, Adobe, whatever. So you see actually the farm, the green one, of a lady, Katerina, that she's actually an entrepreneur. She left the advertisement sector back in Athens. She went back to her family business. She's also a processing retailer. Yes, she's also a broker, very active in her area. You can see also some sub-pictures of practices she's applying within her farm, within the project. We talk about simple things like cover crops, some clay minerals to spray the olive tree so it's not stressed by heat or even for pest control. Some green infrastructure, as we call it, to support biodiversity. And here there is a comment. It was surprisingly how much all these low-tech, low-technology practices can have a very direct impact. And there is some numbers here. We found out that if we increase, for example, the soil organic matter by 1 or 2%, we can have a reduction. We can sequestrate almost 50% of the carbon.
How much?
50%.
50%.
If the global land used for agriculture had increased its soil organic matter by 1 or 2%, we had solved half of the problem. So there is more about the story, that the other part is like a corporate-driven farm, managed by having just some employees, workers, that lots of inputs, expensive ones, compacted soil, impacts. So, all right, it's not everything black and white, of course. this lady is also very stressed because she does not have support by the state. Conditions in the market are difficult. I mean, there's nothing like flowers and daisies, yes. So these people need support. This is what we do. I mean, this is what we try to do. I mean, to be there, constant, should be a horizontal way of working with them. We're not the gods transmitting vertically down to them all our knowledge. I mean, we work with them, we try to have all this transfer of knowledge between us, researcher and farmer, but also between farmers. So she works like a lighthouse for her area. So this is very important. I mean, I think this is the most important message I could share with you, besides talking about more numbers and figures or whatever.
I think she should be turning her farm into a demonstration farm or a living learning lab for the rest of the area. I think this farmer-to-farmer learning model is actually the future for at least our area in the European Union. Great. Ellen, coming over to you. You have studied different diets from all over the world and ended up with some kind of guidelines or thoughts, if I may say so, on how each region could potentially adapt their diets towards a more sustainable, healthy, for the planet and for human beings model. Could you share a couple of examples that are, let's say, might sound a bit peculiar for us? Because Mediterranean diet is fully aligned with the flexitarian model, but what about other diets in the world?
Yeah, so we have assessed both current diets towards or against the planetary health diet. And we see that even in the Mediterranean countries, we are currently far away from the healthy, a healthy diet, and I guess also the Mediterranean diet. But that's in Europe and in the Mediterranean region and in many, many other countries and regions around the world, we do we don't have healthy diets, in short. We have also then studied more traditional local diets, like the Mediterranean diets or the traditional diets in South America, in Latin America, in Asian populations, in parts of Africa, and we see that almost all over the world, the more like the traditional healthy diets are more aligned also with the scientifically healthy diets. When we were eating more directly from what we produced, living more or producing and eating more in line with the local resources and the natural environment that is surrounding us. So I think, like you said, and we have all said that the Mediterranean diet is very much aligned with a healthy and also more sustainable diet than most current diets. So I think for the Mediterranean region to aspire to that diet should really be a very strong focus for politicians and for decision makers in this region. And then we see there are obviously also traditional diets that are not particularly in line with the planetary health diet, but in a global scale, there are still space for pockets or smaller populations that are eating not exactly after the planetary health diet, as long as we live, in line with the natural environment and the natural limitations that we have, and which we have spoken to in this session as well.
Yes, and you mentioned the other two, let's say, parameters as well in your first contribution about sustainable production and also decreasing or completely eliminating food waste. So these are also very important in this transition. Great. And to you now, Alkis. Could you please share how a private organization, a financial institution, as in your case, could actually mobilize the entire sector towards a transition that is meaningful towards value-adding models?
كيفي. I've got two examples. This is the first. We've got so many challenges to tackle in that part of the economy, but we can't make them all at once. So what Piraeus Bank has decided is to make up a specific department. We call it Center of Excellence, and what we do is that we prioritize the needs of the agri sector. We find out to our interest what is the most beneficial we have to take care of, and then we dive in. Our first choice was to find how we can make value and decrease costs onto the open field vis-à-vis the greenhouses. In Greece, the land that's covered by greenhouses is 0.3%. The greenhouses can produce value in terms of products like 50 to 80 tons per acre, while in the open field is like 8. While the, let's say, the consumption of water is decreases from 300 tons per kilo to almost 5 to 10. You can easily understand that if we go after such a transformation into the market, we can certainly, the farmers themselves, not us, can certainly increase our revenues on a steady flow, which is very important, decrease their expenses and effectively become more profitable. And this is what we have invested so much time into that. So what did we do is that we've taken all parts into the equation and we have sat at the table and discussed among ourselves. So we discussed with all the technical consultants in the greenhouses, with the manufacturers, the insurance companies, because insurance is a very important part of that attempt, with the importers of the machinery, the state, of course, the state which is very much into that, not only in terms of providing subsidies, but transforming the scenery, and certainly the off-takers, because if we increase the produced goods, who's going to be buying them and at what value? Piraeus Bank sat with all of them, and we tried to find the best solution into that challenge. And nowadays, there is an open program from the state which provides a subsidy for an investment of 300 million euros of greenhouses into the country. Us are supporting them in terms of finance, and primarily, as I've said previously, we've got open discussions with the investors, with the farmers, so as to transform themselves and be aware of what they're investing into that.
Fantastic. I think we got a good picture of what are the challenges and how we can work on the field with the people, with the financial institutions, with the researchers, and how all this multidisciplinary collaboration is extremely important and critical for securing the future of the agri-food sector and the Mediterranean diet. So I will now invite you for questions for our panelists. Yes, Tassos. Mr. Tassos Kyriakidis, I think most of us know him. He's a distinguished professor from Yale.
Thank you. Thanks for great presentations. My question, I think the theme yesterday and today, it's how do we communicate these things down to the people who are actually doing the work? We have outputs here, 100+ page report, a plan from a bank, research tools. I know it wasn't supposed to sound that easy. We can tell an animal farmer, you can change to something else. So how much input, actual input, have you received from people in the field? And what is the message that's going back in a simple way that they understand what that means? Because we're all hopeful that this is going to work, but how confident are we?
Yeah, thank you. Let me respond to that. So I mean, from the Commission, we recognizing that we are a group of researchers, mostly working in our offices, etc. But so we have over the last 6 months, and will continue now to work with different communities or different stakeholder groups. So, for example, farmers and fishers, to translate the science into action, because that's not our field of expertise. So this is like, okay, this is the scientific foundation. How do we now translate it? And this is where we are asking this room for help, and for other groups, you know, whether it's being the farmers, you know, what do you actually need? You know, we have based on the literature suggesting some actions. Then, for example, like the reskilling, how to support local value chains, or supporting the investments in new tools, etc. But then, so that's for the farmers. But we need their feedback on what they exactly need. And the same with, I mean, with chefs, with restaurants and food service. You know, what do you need? So, wait, yes, this is the scientific evidence for a healthy diet, but how can we make it useful in your restaurant, or in your workplace, whether it's in a school canteen, or it's in a food processing company? So this is what we're asking you and others now, and in the coming months. You know, how can we translate this into action?
Right. Tasso, I think we had many conversations in many different forums and conferences all this year around. Right. So researchers work with farmers, preferably. I come from a farming family. We have proverbs that we use between researchers for farmers. It's a difficult task talking with farmers. I mean, the proverb about teaching an old dog new tricks, considering that we have an aging population, is a main issue to consider. The other is that we have a very low extension, training levels of farming communities. Let's talk just for Greece or for Europe. 5% in Greece. Just 5% of farmers have received a kind of training with they learn everything from their fathers, maybe from the suppliers of inputs, whatever. So, but what I want to say here is that farmers have a survival instinct. They know, they can see, they can recognize what is good for them. First, it's financial thing. Yes, they have to survive. They don't play around. They're not just lifestyle, whatever, that they want to show off something. They have to survive. So when we do it in a proper way, we show them what we're preaching here is the correct thing to do, and it will have a benefit in many different ways. This is the correct path to follow. There is much of silent work done by researchers, but also pilot farmers that spread the word. Cover crops, compost. I can tell you many practices that maybe 30 years ago, within the chemical era, synthetic chemical era, it was just words from the past or whatever. Now they begin to recognize. They can see that their farm should be more resilient to what stress is coming, either economic, financial, or environmental.
Great.
Just a word. The answer is it's not easy. And it does take time. You have to insist. You have to explain. What do is that we try to talk into their language. We never wear ties. We're always there. We don't bring them in the office. We discuss on the field. So if you explain and persuade, then sky's the limit. They've got only huge opportunities rather than other companies and enterprises who have reached their top level. And certainly leading by example. So we find the best cases in the country, and we take them from there and we present them in the rest, explain how they've reached their goals and how they can also assimilate them. And the third is that we come in very close coordination with the agri-cooperatives. We've got something like 700-800 agri-coops in the country, I wouldn't say that they've all to their best level, but certainly there are hundreds who can make miracles. So we communicate with them, and they come into contact with our presence with hundreds or fifties of farmers. But again, it's going to be taking time, persistence, and there's going to be future. There's no doubt about that.
And this also creates a unique opportunity to restructure the farming model in Greece. Today, only 53 acres per farm in Greece, the average. And this is 70% lower than the EU average. 86% of all food processing units in Greece have less than 10 employees. This is a matter of size as well. And collaborations is the key word for transitioning. We have to persuade them, we have to reskill them, we have to support them, we have to give them everything that they want, a direction, a clear future, the technology, but we have to collaborate. We have to, all of us, all the research, academia, the banks, the institutions, the local authorities, the farmers, the producers' unions, everyone has to look around them and collaborate. Unless we want to, find another future, another planet, even though I think this would be quite difficult, if not impossible, we should look into a future of collaboration, of partnerships, of synergies, and of co-creation. I think our time's up. So thank you very much. That has been an amazing discussion. You have contributed greatly to my personal understanding as well. So looking forward to seeing you outside. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Παρακαλώ.
Thank you very much. Please stay in your seats for a while. I want to make some announcements. I will speak in Greek. Please, the English-speaking people, use your headsets because I will make some announcements. First of all,
Παρακαλώ να καθίσουμε.
If you could please be seated so that we can start. We are reaching the end and understand that you are all looking forward to go to the market. I am also. So we heard a lot today. And now we would like to see how this healthy nutrition can actually be scaled up. We live in a time and we want the small and the beautiful, but at the same time we want something bigger, something that can be scaled up so that it reaches more people. I would like to invite on stage the moderator, president of the Culinary Institute of America, Mr. Michael Baker. The presenters are Mr. Yoris Larigaldi and Iakovos Apergis. Thank you very much.
All right. Almost good afternoon. It's good seeing all of you. I'm just going to try to get my slides back up and running. There we go. So what I would love to talk about over the next 12 minutes or so is to give you a little bit more insight into how we might scale the Mediterranean diet into large volume food and beverage operations. So we've spoken quite a bit over the last couple of days about single restaurants, but if we really want to make a difference in the world, it is worthwhile as well to spend some time on how do you ultimately bring the Mediterranean diet or the planetary health diet to large volume operators, because that's where you're going to make the difference. So if you think about my context, the Culinary Institute of America, and if you think about the influence chefs have going forward, I really enjoy and embrace the concept of conscious culinary leadership, and I think that's something that we should think about for a moment. So various chefs will end up in all kinds of different settings. And no matter the setting, I really hope that chefs will use their opportunity to make an impact by becoming very value-driven. So for me, a conscious culinary leader going forward is a leader who is able to critically think, to define a set of values, and use his or her opportunity to make a difference based on the values. So it doesn't really matter whether you believe that animal proteins are great or not so great, because depending on the setting you find yourself in, as a conscious culinary leader, you will make the right decisions for your context. So I deeply believe that in today's world, chefs have a unique opportunity to bring the general population along in much easier ways than I think sometimes we talk about. And I'll give you some examples of my work at Google. At the same time, no matter how healthy or how sustainable an offering can be, if it doesn't taste delicious, nothing is going to happen. So in our context, it's really about how can you equip the next generation of leaders with critical thinking as well as a very broad product knowledge base. And at the same time, for us, it's really about the art, the science, and the business of deliciousness. So for those of you who are less familiar with the Culinary Institute of America, we're almost an 80-year-old organization that started in 1946 on the East Coast in the United States, New Haven, Connecticut. And we were founded by two women, which was pretty unique for the times we were in at that time. And they wanted to create an opportunity for returning soldiers from the Second World War to re-enter civil society. So we became an organization very focused on how can you ultimately train the next generation of culinarians and make them ultimately really, really effective. That's how we started. Over the years, we've grown We started as a trade school, and over the last 30 years, we've morphed into what we would call a specialty purpose college. We now offer associates, bachelor's, and master's degrees in a wide variety of food and beverage subjects. We're very, very proud, and that's really the influence we have, is through our network of alumni. Over 60,000 individuals have gone through the halls of the CAA over almost 80 years, and they continue to be very committed to both the art, the craft, and the business of the culinary world. We're very, very proud of what we do. So you must imagine how much joy we had when Netflix showed up a year ago to film the first season of The Next Gen Chef. So the series actually launched worldwide on September 17. So if we have piqued your interest in what the Culinary Institute of America is all about, 8 episodes with great drama and great joy in which you can learn all about the Culinary Institute of America. I have the extraordinary privilege to be now the president, the 6th president in our history of the Culinary Institute of America. And I believe I was brought in to write with the leadership team and with our board the next chapter of our organization. And I use the term Vision 2035. So I really believe if you start with the end in mind of where would you like to be on New Year's Eve 2035, and think in scenarios from what might it be, and then work your way backwards. And I really see an organization that will be global and that will basically support individuals and the industry and society at different levels. So first and foremost, we will be a school that will train and educate the next generation of culinary and food and beverage leaders. At the same time, we're very focused on supporting the restaurant and the hospitality business, the broader industry. But I believe as well that we have a role to play in conversations at the national and global level about food, health and well-being, food and sustainability, the next generation of our workforce, food and AI. So when you think about the Culinary Institute of America, we're not just a great college that is on its way to become a University of Applied Gastronomy. We're at the same time an organization that shows up around the world with ultimately great conferences like the one we have over here. So we want to make impact at scale, but we deeply believe it really starts always with the art, the craft, and the business of deliciousness. So in the context of the conversations from yesterday and today, a couple of programs worthwhile sharing. So we have an online master's program for sustainable food systems. And then specifically in this growing intersection between food, health, and well-being, we launched our first cohort this past September in our Masters of Culinary Therapeutics. As you know, so much has been said and will be said about food is medicine, food as medicine. Our point of view is it really starts with the craft of culinary, and where we ultimately are training chefs to think through this intersection of food, health, and well-being. And I'm interested to hear more about it as well. We deeply believe that the Mediterranean cuisine, the Mediterranean lifestyle, the Mediterranean diet is so inspirational for what we do all over the world. And therefore, we're very proud on the partnership we have with the University of Barcelona and the Torribera Mediterranean Center, and obviously a conference like this. It is so inspirational to spend 2 days with you and learn actually all the different dimensions of food. It's not just about the craft. It is about the economics. It is about the academic side as well. And I think what brings this group together is just the curiosity to learn more about aspects you might not necessarily get exposed to or be involved with on a daily basis. I believe as well you'll learn more about a cuisine and the lifestyle by actually being in it and being in country. So for students in our broader ecosystem who are very interested in the Mediterranean cuisine, we offer a semester actually being here in the Mediterranean, which is just wonderful. From an industry leadership perspective, we offer a variety of conferences and we have a variety of collaboratives because we deeply believe in we're better together. Healthy kitchen, healthy lives. Now, for 21 years, we've brought together medical professionals in the world of the CAA. And then for a couple of days in Napa in California, we're basically inspiring and enabling medical professionals to think about the impact that food has on the health and well-being of patients. Because one of those interesting challenges we're faced with, so many medical professionals study at universities for many, many years, but one subject that gets overlooked and spent very little time on is ultimately nutrition. And clearly, food has a tremendous impact on the health and well-being. So for the medical professionals who are in their fields, Healthy Kitchen, Healthy Lives is a great way to ultimately learn in a very practical way both how to cook, the joy of food, as well as how they can prescribe ultimately healthy food to their patients. The Menus of Change platform is a platform that we have now actually organized for over 14 years. And it's really about, oh, I go too fast. How can I go back? Can I go back a couple of slides? But the Menus of Change platform is really about bringing together high-volume food and beverage operators and to think through how might you help them with ultimately offering and making changes in their menus. We started with that in 2012. And what we've learned, one sector in the United States that has a tremendous impact, but we don't really talk about in the rest of the world, is higher education. The Menus of Change University Research Collaborative is an offshoot of the Menus of Change platform. And in that collaborative, we have about 80 universities that have one thing in common. They're being represented by both a variety of academic leaders within the university, as well as the food service leader for the food operations at that specific university. And why is that so interesting? Is that the food service operators, and in the United States, you can get to serve 30,000 people 3 meals a day, 7 days a week. Getting those food service leaders in connected with academics, you now get to do interesting research at your own university. And to make it even better, those 80 universities are now partnering together to do really meaningful research. One of the aspects they spent quite a bit of time on over the last couple of years is how might you shift diets or menu offerings at the universities to reduce your greenhouse gas emissions. And then the wonderful news is it's actually pretty doable. So a wide variety of universities are committed to that, and subsequent to that, they've actually changed it and actually they're tracking the data as well. So if you want to learn more about that, the Menus of Change University Research Collaborative website has all that information. We get involved with kids, and our newest conference is going to be with the Stanford School of Medicine, Food is Life, Food is Health. Different than Healthy Kitchen, Healthy Lives. This is actually where we bring chefs and medical professionals together, because we really believe both can learn from each other. But for the panels today, it is really about high-volume food service operators. And in the way we think about it, you can break it out into commercial and the non-commercial sector. And we have two great examples over here on stage. Maybe a little bit about my background. Prior to joining the CAA a year ago, I worked for 12 years at Google, and I led their Global Food at Work organization. So Google is an interesting organization, very focused on ultimately enabling individuals to be at their best. And one of the ways we did that through is offering delicious, nutritious, and healthy food at work. And in the world of Google, price was not a differentiating factor. So at Google, it was really about how do you affect change? How do you get a workforce that is highly educated to eat more balanced plan forward? And what we did over a great number of years is basically a variety of experiments. And we've learned that with choice architecture and food experience design, you truly can make a difference. A couple of clear examples. We introduced salads for breakfast. And for many, many cultures, people don't eat salads for breakfast, but what happens when you make salads really, really delicious and it's the first thing you see for breakfast? It becomes the social norm. And the moment you get the first couple of individuals over the dam, the rest will follow. Similar with, we spend a lot of time over lunch thinking about salads. And the salad bar and composed salads really became the center of what we offered. And we didn't take choices away, but we basically said, let's make the better choice the easier choice. So over my 12 years at Google, I've come to deeply believe that change is so much easier when you become a conscious culinary leader and when you use the opportunity you have to truly make a difference. During my 12 years at Google, I learned as well that you need to enable chefs to cook ultimately more balanced planned forward. So Google partnered with the Culinary Institute of America and supported their initiative to create a training program for chefs, which is now the Planned Forward training program. And it's really about how can you enable and train chefs at different levels, entry level, supervisory, and senior level, to become equipped and excited about cooking planned forward dishes. And what we learned as well in that overall journey, that you have to figure out how to make it work for chefs. Just telling chefs you have to cook this specific way doesn't work. You need to enable them with the right culinary techniques and skills, but at the same time you have to figure out ultimately what will it be that ultimately makes this chef tick. And that brings me to the panel over here. So let's hear it from two practitioners, two individuals in the industry, one working in the hotel and resort industry and one in hospitals. All righty. So, Jakavas, I would love for you to introduce yourselves to the audience and tell a little bit about your journey and what you're doing today.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the Constantakopoulos family for the invitation. You should also thank them for giving me the possibility to speak in Greek. My English is not good, worse than the Chinese, so I'm a chef in a hospital. This is breaking news, the fact that a hospital chef can be among experts in the sector of health and nutrition and cooking. But believe me when I say that Mediterranean nutrition is not part of the menus in the hospitals. We should be the ones to introduce the nutrition in the hospitals. We should be the ones to give you the way to eat healthily, because Mediterranean nutrition actually prevents you from getting sick, or if you get sick, to help you get better. Mediterranean nutrition that we constantly keep on the discussion, keep up mentioning in the discussion, tries to introduce vegetables, fruits into the menus. But food is not just calories. Food is associated with medicine. And medicine on its own cannot do much. That is why it needs to be complemented by food. We should also not forget that food is the medicine for the soul and for the body. So you should keep in mind that some chefs here will never cook for a patient. And this is exactly what we do in the hospitals. We cook for people who have to spend some time in the hospitals, but they also cook for their family. The second thing we want to do is that we wanted to introduce food in pulps. Because there are certain people that have some problems with the teeth or with the mouth, and therefore they cannot consume food very easily. There are other people that have some problems with the mandible, and again, they cannot consume food very easily. That is why we want to provide them with pulped food There are people who cannot even speak because they are lacking some part of the math. They feel that they have deprived them of the dignity, and they feel very bad, and we need to make them feel better. We also have people with autism. They want to eat, but if something goes wrong and they get fit, they will choke. That is why we want to introduce pulped food. I wrote a book on that, and I wrote it not because I wanted to write a book without color. No, I wanted the book to have color, to have flavor, and to have aromas. We know very well that a blind person does not pay attention to the way we serve a plate. They focus on the taste and on the flavor. So similarly, these people have a sort of blindness. They need to taste. I have lost a friend because of that, and I wrote this book for him. Second, there are people that have other mouth-related problems. So when we talk about food, we should keep all these in mind. And we should also keep in mind that food is not the same for everyone. And, for example, I like to eat apple, but someone else cannot eat an apple. Second, we need to think that Mediterranean diet starts from the earth. And what are we doing with the earth? We constantly build on it. In the past, it was fertile. Now we build and we construct constantly on it. And I ask at the hospital, where we use a lot of foreign ingredients, how can I possibly talk about Mediterranean nutrition, about Kalamata olives, when I know that its production keeps on decreasing? How can I possibly talk about honey from Evia Island when I know that half of the island has been burned down? So I'm wondering, will the Mediterranean nutrition exist in the future? Will we have the fruits and the vegetables that make Mediterranean nutrition what it is? Maybe we keep on talking about Mediterranean nutrition because it is a trend, but in reality, we do not abide by its rules. Maybe we do not follow what our grandparents were telling us to consume. They were telling us to eat vegetables on a daily basis. Now we don't do that. So the hospital is a place where you do your best and expect the most. And you need to treat the people there with dignity. You need to make sure that the cost is reduced because, okay, we understand that you cannot buy expensive raw materials. And I believe that an important role to all this can be played by education at school. If we can guarantee this education, then the young people will realize that becoming a chef in a hospital is not a bad career choice. Why do we perceive that chefs in the hospitals are second-grade chefs? We should train and educate the children about the chefs, about the meals served in the hospitals. We should pay attention to that. In our country, there are chefs that have 15 TV shows. In this country that is proud of its products and its ingredients. In this country, that TV has prevailed everywhere. In that same country, there is no information given about the health sector, hospitals, and the chefs working in them. And I know that people are miserable, in our view at least, because in reality they're not that miserable. Maybe these same people would go outside now that it's raining and would have fun, and we can't do that. These people are deprived of certain things, and we tend to feel sorry for them. So we should not do that. They are not deprived of anything because they have what it takes to be healthy. In my view, I believe that there is no Mediterranean nutrition. There is just a Mediterranean tourism. Our hospital is located in Piraeus, and Piraeus belongs to the Mediterranean. And what I would like to see happening in the future is people checking what's going on in the hospital. I would also like to invite some colleagues in order to see what is the process followed there and how much joy we offer to the patients. If you observe, we tend to talk about emotions and feelings and not so much about food when we talk about hospitals. We focus on emotions, on how we feel, but not on what we can do in order to feel better.
Δεν καταλάβαινες αν στη λαϊκή όχι, δεν μυρίζει τίποτα. Είναι τραγικό που θα έπρεπε να...
Moreover, in the farmers markets. If you go there, you feel so disappointed because of the quality of the products sold there. You won't even realize that you're in a farmer's market. Then what else can we see in the country? If we go around, you will see expensive cars, you will see parkings, but you will not see any plots being cultivated, and we should change that. Crete, for example. Crete can be considered as a country in itself, and I had the pleasure to live there and work in a hospital. And there I saw that they were importing a lot of things from Germany. And the patients there were consuming products that were not Greek, were not even Cretan.
Μαζί και να μην μιλάει κανένας. Δεν είναι έτσι. Δεν μπορεί άλλος να πει να κάνει μια τενοντίτιδα και να
Even though the Cretan ingredients and the Greek products in general are of greater quality and of much better taste, the taste that we can use in order to make these patients feel better. When they taste something good, they immediately feel better and more positive about the future. Moreover, here in Greece, the young people go to a culinary school and they immediately become chefs, not even cooks. When I first went to the school and I told them that I'm a chef at a hospital, most of those who were listening to me were discouraged. They thought I was crazy, that this was not a sound professional choice. It is not the case. Cooking in the hospital should be similar to the cooking of our mother and of my grandmother, because they were cooking in a way that offered us anything we needed. Now, about the breakfast, there's no need for me to talk about breakfast. Vegetables, seasonal products, no way. We get the grapes at the hospitals after the season of the grapes. Okay, it goes without saying that garlic could not be found during the COVID-19 pandemic, and we were buying garlic from China. And we were okay with it. I cannot possibly understand, and by the way, I'm very happy to be here. I have a lot of things to say. I'm not here to insult anyone, but I want to understand Mediterranean nutrition. What is it about? Where can we find it? Here, where? And anyone that can help me to become better, I'm here to listen to their suggestions, because I will continue to be a cook in a hospital, because I love what I'm doing. And if I won't be able to do that anymore, I will go to work in a center for the young. And maybe I won't even get paid, just to be there and cook for the young.
You've clearly given us a lot of elements to think about. But let's first hear from yours, from a very different context. So yours, I'm actually very curious to learn a little more about your journey and your role today. I think you have a microphone.
Is this working? Yeah, perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. My name is Joris. I'm the culinary director for Costa Navarino. I'm very glad to be here today. Thank you as well for Chef for everything you just mentioned. It's obviously a very different aspect to work in a hotel when actually people want to be there compared to hospital. But the logic is the same. We are all on the same sea. We are all sailing the same sea with the same changes and the same challenges. And when we talk about Mediterranean diet, it's a diet that's been existing for centuries and millennia. And today we have the opportunity to just keep it going. Change is part of the landscape. We've seen, we are not far here from where Odysseus used to sail. And he used to have trouble with storm and winds and waves and new shores. And this is exactly what we're facing today. It's not nothing new. Change is not new. It's the landscape. And this is what we're working with today. And the Mediterranean diet is something we can work with. What we need is to facilitate a framework that allows us to tell more stories, to be more flexible, and to deliver, I would say, all the way down euros to the farmers, the people that do the hard work. And how do we do that? We do that by changing our framework. We do this by changing the way we can implement structures within the hotel groups. Of course, we have guest expectations. We all know we have guest expectations. We talk about Caesar salad and steak frites and the usual orange juice 12 months a year that people are expecting. But I think, and I've been a chef for 20 years, and I've seen it in many ways, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what we're really scared of is change ourselves. Because guests are willing to experience whatever we can give them, and telling stories is the richness of the Mediterranean diet. I'm going back to Odysseus and traveling the seas, and when a ship comes back from the sea into port, with stories, with new silk, with spices. Spices have been changing the lives of daily humans and then be changing the life of empires. There is a power in the stories that we share. And I think the Mediterranean diet is very rich in stories. At the top of the Maslow pyramid, and obviously we can get granular into it, but at the top of the Maslow pyramid, we are creatures of stories. We like stories, we like spices, we like to be told stories. And guests in a hotel, yes, they have expectations of getting egg Benedict for breakfast, but as mentioned before, having a salad for breakfast is also an option. And there's many ways they will be welcoming those changes. So we need to keep in mind that through those stories, a framework can be changed with different metrics moving forward in the years 25, 26, 27, and all the way to 35. There's obviously a lot of things that can be done, but we need to rearrange our metrics. Just thinking out loud, but having a nutritional value of our food according to how many euros are spent is the kind of metrics that we don't see, but that actually make sense. Working more with different cooperation of different farmers to facilitate that framework and that supply chain of product into the hotel and the restaurants, and all the way to the plate. The point is not to serve food. People carrying plate is not something that we need. We need people carrying messages. We need people carrying those stories, and the guests will be loving it even more, because this is not a plate of food you get, but it's a cultural interaction. It becomes so much more than food. Food is, I mean, I worked for a chef called Jose Andres that used to tell me, let's change the world through the power of food. And at first, when he said that, I was like, that sounds like a marketing slogan. But then you realize the power that food has had through our lives, through everyday lives, and the power it had on every aspect of our life. And it all comes down to stories. So from a very high level, and I won't go back to Odysseus and the framework and the sea and the stories, but I really do believe that we have the opportunity to not change the Mediterranean diet, and maybe by the end of the conference I can say Mediterranean properly, but to actually change the framework to make those stories more alive, to get more of those stories to the people, and to make the life of our farmers much easier. There is so much we can do. If we think today of creating a restaurant, let's say, in a hotel that only serves local ingredients, 100%. We forget anything that comes from anywhere else. It would sound crazy because we don't want to give up the control of the menu, of the expectation, of the marketing, of everything that goes with it. But if we give in a little bit to that changes, and we give the power to the farmers, to the cooperation of farmers who know the land, who know the season, who know the product, if we give in to this, then they can tell us what's good. Then they can tell us, and then the chef can create every day. So I think there's a potential to also remove a little bit of our ego when it comes to controlling the Mediterranean diet, to control the framework. What we need is a framework that allows flexibility and allows us and allows professionals at every level, because we are sailing the same seas. Whether it's a hospital, it's a school, it's a hotel, we are sailing the same seas, the same challenges, the same expectation of being sustainable, of being planned forward, which, I mean, we in Greece here and talking about Mediterranean diet and planned forward, most of the Greek diet is planned forward and is incredible. People always see planned forward as a challenge, as a black mark onto something peculiar. But most of the Greek cuisine is exquisite, and this is why it's been renowned through the world as well for being so healthy. So I think, yeah, to just finish my point, and I know you wanted to explain a bit more about me and where I come from, but we're more here for the diet. Yeah, that would be my main point. I think framework and stories is what will keep the changes easy.
Yeah, thank you for sharing the two stories. So Jakavas, I want to come back to you. So what I picked up from what you shared is that you have clear perspectives on the broader system you're a part of. And at the same time, you're here. So I do believe you're a believer that change can happen. I would love to hear from the two of you is that acknowledging that you're part of ultimately a larger ecosystem, how do you affect change in your organization? And can you give an example of something in which you have been very successful in? So you show up on a daily basis and you make the food that you'll produce in your hospital as great as it can be for the patients with their different limitations. So how do you affect change in your world despite the challenges that you're faced with?
I did what children do. When you tell them off, the child would say, I will not do this again. So when I wanted to make the change, I changed the food without getting permission. They were coming to tell me off. I would say, sorry, I will not do it again. And then I was doing it again, like the children. This is what I did. And it is very difficult because we all want to talk about change. We're eager to talk about change so long as other people do it, because we feel that ourselves, we don't need to change anything. And when we start to change, the problem is that people around you should change as well. And it's not easy this is not easy for them to accept, except if it's one of those people who are affected. So if their mother is to go to the hospital, they call you and say, okay, please make something good. Okay, I will not make something better because your mother came here, and then I will give up on all the other mothers of the world. Το ίδιο.
Can you reframe the question for me? Sorry. No, I think I've got this one.
So I think similar to his setting, at the hotel setting, it's almost like you want to become either healthy or more sustainable, but those perky guests, they just don't want to eat it. Isn't it true that you in your role have a significantly larger opportunity to affect change? Because at the end of the day, whatever you put on your menu, those are the offerings for the guests.
So first of all, you're expecting guests not to ask for anything different because whatever's on the menu is not whatever people are getting, because obviously if somebody wants something different, they will ask for it. And that's part of the luxury experience. But no, I think, you know, I don't know why I have Odysseus in my head those days, I'm very sorry, but when he came back to Ithaca, whatever he brought back as stories changed the world, changed Ithaca. And I think people can be agent of change as well, because they will go back with the experience and they will change the world with those stories. And yes, people have expectation of the classics, but as I said, I really do think that we are more scared to change ourselves and to change our structure and to change our framework than the actual guests. As you said, if you start putting salad for breakfast, people will love it. I remember going to a hotel in France and they started serving wine for breakfast. They had a vineyard, and I was like, this is crazy. Trust me, I got on board very quickly. It's silly, but it works. And sometimes, you know, you say it's not about changing everything. It's about changing the offering. And I think opening that door to different options, people will go for it, will crave it. We know that today more than 50% of our guests already from the new generation, millennial and after that, and those people are craving stories. People are craving experiences and break away from the old ways.
Yeah. Could you speak maybe a little bit more about your philosophy for your banquet menus? Because I understand that you're a resort. There are obviously the restaurants, and there you have a little bit more guest impact and they ask for changes. But in a larger banquet setting, when you serve dinner for 300, I think it's a little easier. Do you agree with that? And how do you ultimately get people there to ultimately eat either more of the Mediterranean diet or healthier?
Well, I see that you're getting me into a corner here, trying to get the tough question straight away. But actually, yeah, it's actually pretty easy because most of those big events, those big banquets, they are part of a larger conversation. When somebody comes to a restaurant, they sit down, and within the first 10 to 15 minutes, they will order what they're going to eat, and they pretty much make the decision. This is what the evening is going to be like. And those 10, 15 minutes are a very short time to make an informed decision. It is. It's hard for everyone. And most of the menus we share, we all know that you're not going to go read more than a third of it. But when it comes to events, we can have conversation. It will take weeks, even months, sometimes years. We started planning event for 27, 28 already. And those conversations happen not in silo. It happens with a lot of different partners. And from there, then we can suggest. Obviously, some people will have options, but for example, and I won't share too much detail, but we have an Indian wedding happening very soon in Constantakopoulos with hundreds of people. And obviously they would like Indian food for their wedding, but the main difference is spices, and we offer them local ingredients. And this is something we can find because we have the time to look for them. We have the time to tell them as well, oh, by the way, we are not capable of finding this, but these are the options. And it's very rare that we have problems in that aspect.
Let's open up the room for questions as well. Just one question.
Hello, my name is Haris Dimostonopoulos. I'm a clinical dietitian, and I'm working in 25 years in a big university hospital of Athens. First of all, I'm very glad that I'm here. I learned a lot. But I would like just to say some things according to what Iakovos said. Of course, the situation is not the best in the hospital food. But I have the privilege to work as a team, and the chef and all the cooks are working in a collaboration with the dietetic department. So I think that the clinical dietitian, and parentheses, I think our role should be in this thing. I would be very glad to be part of this because we're promoting the Mediterranean diet. If we work in a private office, we promote this diet in our clients. But when you work in a hospital, the dietitian is working in collaboration with the chef and the cooks. We take, in Laiko, where I'm working, we have a Mediterranean diet, and it's not difficult to have it. We have a seasonal diet. We change the whole menu 3 times per year. And what the patients are eating, it's exactly the same with the doctors. We don't have separate diet. And this shows that we're trying our best. So, of course, the situation is not so good, especially in the hospitals which are not out of Athens, but we're trying our best to promote Mediterranean diet because diet is comfort for a patient, is treatment, is nourishment, so we try to combine everything in order for a patient to have a proper food. So think about it next time, clinical dietitian to be here because we are there to promote Mediterranean diet. Thank you very much.
Μία ερώτηση. Σε ποιο νοσοκομείο είπατε είσαστε?
You work in which hospital, you said? Okay. We also change the menu 3 times a year. No. Allow me to say something. No. It is not the cook who changes the menu. The dietitian and the chef always work together. And we also work as a team. But unfortunately, I could not bring the team with me. Second, the hospitals all these years have this reputation, and this reputation hasn't been developed by chance. Second, I believe that the Mediterranean diet, in order to prevail in hospitals, it needs to include all the Greek products and ingredients, which is not the case nowadays. No, I'm not here to contradict you. I just want to say something. And very often you have the chef and the dietitian, but you don't have a doctor informing about the different patients. For example, a patient may suffer from a stomach problem, and we need to know as chefs and as dietitians. We need to have this knowledge because it is the main tool we have. The comment is off microphone. No one talked about bad collaboration. The dietitian, of course, plays an important role because they are the scientists and know what the patients need to consume. What we are trying to do is to express our view regarding certain things, and second, to change this experience of eating in hospitals and to show that we are interested in their well-being, because we know that food is indeed something that offers comfort to patients. I'm not a dietitian, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a coach, I'm not none of these specialties. I'm a humble cook who is now in the front line in order to talk about something that no one wanted to talk about in the past, because that would be inconvenient for many. So I did that, and I will continue to do it for the rest of my life. This is all I had to say, and I respect all of the people who are present here today, because here we have representatives of universities that are renowned. I have read the titles, and I'm very impressed, and I would like to thank them for giving the time to listen to what I have to say.
Participation today, a very engaging conversation. I'm sure there's more to be said afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε τους ομιλητές μας για αυτή την...
We would like to thank our speakers for this very lively discussion, fascinating discussion. Now, we need to speed up a little bit because we need to observe the time given to us. We have some buses to catch. So the next session is a more scientific one, but very close to what has been talked up until this moment. We will have scientists talking about food as medicine and about superfoods, the importance of polyphenols and of other bioactive compounds in the Mediterranean diet. I would like to invite Professor Frank Hu, Professor of Nutrition and Epidemiology and Chair of the Department of Nutrition of Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health. Also, the speakers, Professors Leandros Skaltsounis, Rosa Lamuela Raventos, Antonia Trichopoulou, Aleana Kayora. If you could please take your seats.
Okay, good afternoon. It's my pleasure to chair this session entitled Food as Medicine, Superfoods, Frontier of Discovery Around Polyphenols and Other Bioactive Compounds in the Mediterranean Diet. The concept of food as medicine is not new. It's actually an ancient idea. You may have heard that food be thy medicine, and the medicine be thy food, a line often attributed to Hippocrates, the father of modern medicine, although the sentiment fits ancient Greek thinking about the healing property of food, the exact wording likely not his. In China, the Huangdi Neijing, the foundational textbook of traditional Chinese medicine, first compiled more than 2,000 years ago, conveys a similar view captured in the phrase, medicine and food share the same origin. Today, we revisit that idea with modern tools focusing on polyphenols and other bioactive compounds within the Mediterranean dietary pattern. polyphenol-rich foods like extra virgin olive oil and the blueberries are often called superfoods. Are there true superfoods, or is just a super diet? So we're very fortunate to have leading experts here to explore this and other questions. So I have four distinguished panelists: Professor Leandros Scott Sonis from University of Athens, Professor Rosa Lamina from University of Barcelona, Professor Antonia Trechaplo, who doesn't need an introduction, and then Professor Andreana Calera from Hierarchopio University at Athens. So each of the panelists will speak for a few minutes, and then we will have a panel discussion. Let me first invite Professor Leandros Scott Sonis to speak for a few minutes.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for the introduction. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizing committee for this invitation to be here today and to present our work on bioactive compounds from Mediterranean diet, a topic which we have been working the last 30 years in my lab at the University of Athens. So we know that the Mediterranean diet is tightly connected with our Mediterranean civilization, but also the Mediterranean diet is associated with longevity and low rate of disease. But if we look at molecular level, what this happened, we can explain this by the presence of small molecules in the component of the Mediterranean diet, like the famous oleuropein in olives. So the Mediterranean diet is rich in various bioactive compounds that contribute to its well-known health benefits. The most important is the polyphenol, and here we have the flavonoids, the anthocyan, the phenolic acid, the stilben, and the lignans. We have also the carotenoids, omega-3 fatty acid, fiber and prebiotics, organosulf compounds, and the terpenoids, a chemical classes which, in my opinion, is underestimated for the health benefits of Mediterranean diet. So we can see that chemistry is everywhere. So all these compounds work synergistically to provide antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and cardioprotective effects that characterize the Mediterranean diet's health benefit. So it's very important to keep in mind that we need all these compounds together to have this health benefit of the Mediterranean diet. So in the next few minutes, I will give you two examples from emblematic Greek diet product, the olive oil and the masticum. So I will start by the masticum. The masticum is a resin that we obtain from Pistachia lentiscus, a plant that we can find everywhere in the Mediterranean countries, but it does not produce resin in high quantities except of the south part of Chios Island. So this production is very specific, only in the south part of the island. And today there is a production around 200 tons per year, and this product is PDO, and since 2014, the traditional cultivation of mastic resin in Chios is recognized as a cultural heritage by UNESCO. So concerning the pharmacological properties of this resin, it has been used in the Greek traditional medicine for various diseases like gastralgia, dyspepsia, peptic ulcer for more than 3,000 years. Even in Homeros cited the masticum. It's also widely used in the dentistry, and there are recent studies concerning the activity of this masticum against Helicobacter pylori and Crohn's disease, and there are at least 30 clinical studies, but Professor Calera later will develop this topic. So for this reason, the European Medicine Agency approved the masticum as a herbal medicine. So, and now we found the mastic in many foodstuff applications, in dressing sauce, in creamy bakery products, in confectionery, in chewing gums is a very important product, but also in liquors and alcohols. But as far as concerns the chemical composition of the mastic gum, it's very complicated. We have the natural polymer that is around 30% of the mastic, and we have one natural fraction, one acid fraction, and some monoterpenoids from the essential oil. And if you think that when we eat a small tier of mastic, we absorb more than 100 triterpenoids. It's something fantastic. And the mastic is the only plant that produces in the same time the monoterpenoids, the diterpenoids, and triterpenoids, so there is a fantastic enzymatic activity. The first work on this mastic gum has been done by Professor Banton. The first publication was almost 70 years ago, and it's important to say that Professor Barton has the Nobel Prize 13 years later for his work on these triterpenoids. So we continue to work in our laboratory, the mastic gum, and recently we have isolated the pure polymer. We found this is Emerson polymer, and also the characteristic compound that we can find in the mastic, the mastichedionic acid and isomastichedionic acid, and now we have the possibility to evaluate this compound as drugs. So I shift now with the second compound, the olive oil. We know very well that the olive oil consumption is inversely related to the risk of cardiovascular disease and all cause of mortality. And of course, chemistry again, what is the chemical composition of the compound that we can find in olive oil? We have two fractions. One is the lipophilic fraction, where we have the fatty acid and the triterpenoids, very important, musclinic acid, oleanolic acid, and squalene. For this compound, we will discuss later. And the polyphenol fraction, where we have the lignans, the phenolic acid, the phenyl alcohol like tyrosol, hydroxytyrosol, in their free form or esterified by saccharidoids like the famous oleocantal and olacein. And EFSA has issued health claims for two specific compounds found in olive oils. One concerns the squalene, its antioxidant activity with protection of body tissue and skin from oxidant agents, and the second one concerns, in general, the polyphenols and the protection of blood lipids from oxidative stress. But to be applied to this second health claim, the olive oil must contain at least 5 milligrams of hydroxytyrosol per 20 grams of olive oil. So I would like to say a few words more for the squalene. The squalene is a polyunsaturated triterpenoid, and olive oil is one of the richest food sources of squalene. It contains 0.8% of the weight of olive oil could be the squalene. And what is very important that in the Mediterranean region, the consumption of daily of squalene is 200 to 400 milligrams, and in the United States is only 30 milligrams. And also the squalene have very important pharmacological properties as antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, anti-cancer, and anti-atherosclerotic properties. But also the squalene have also very important skin protective properties. All the cosmetic products that we use contain squalene, and recently the squalene also is used as an adjuvant in common flu and COVID vaccines. So normally the squalene was obtained from shark liver oil. In 2012, the global demand was 2,200 tons. And look, keep in mind that for 1 ton of squalene, we need 3,000 sharks. So every year, 2 million sharks were captured and killed for their liver. So the cosmetic industry, of course, stopped this practice and tried to find plant-based squalene. In a similar way, the pharma industry also tried to have alternative sources for the squalene and not obtain from sharks. And we can say that there is another source of squalene, not only the olive oil, but also a byproduct of the olive oil industry. Indeed, during the refining procedure of low quality of olive oil, there is the step of deodorization, and this distillate is the most important source of plant-derived squalene. So in the University of Athens, we have developed a very efficient methodology in 2 steps using molecular distillation and partition chromatography to isolate squalene with a purity 99%, which meet the criteria of pharmaceutical industry. And of course, we are very happy for this, but I think also the sharks were very happy for this approach. So just to conclude, what we need, further research is required to optimize the process of extracting and isolating these compounds in a sustainable and efficient way. It's very important to study the viability, the metabolism of this compound, and of course the synergy with other compounds, and of course the efficacy and the toxicity. So we have a lot of things to do, but as Hippocrates said, life is short, art is long. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next speaker, Professor Rosa Mamula. I know it's very hard to keep it to 6 minutes, but try it as you can.
Yes, I thought it was a little longer, but well, we will try. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for this kind invitation to be here and to present the results that we are performing in our research group. I don't know if there is a presentation. Well, in any case, I will focus my presentation today mainly on polyphenols that has been mentioned before, that are probably the antioxidants that are more extended in nature. They are almost in any plant food base, but also in a lot of plants that are not used for food consumption. So there are a lot now of interest also in extracting them of different origins to use them not only as food, for food supplements, or also they have other approaches, as for example, as natural colorants, as for using as additive to protect food. They are having a lot of uses nowadays in many purposes. Okay, well, or if you want, I do without the slide. Okay. Well, and what my talk would focus today is mainly also talking about the viability of these compounds and what happens in these compounds in the human body, no? Because I will present some slides that depending on the food matrix, you see big changes on the viability of this compound. For example, we have a study that I will present, but I will go quickly now, and that I show with trans resveratrol, that is a typical polyphenol, usually from red wine. For example, how it changes when you do the study. This study was done in 11 volunteers, but how it changes if you consume it or you take it with the form of wine, with the form of juice or mass, or with a pill. You would observe that there is a great decrease when you use pills. That sometimes, almost like I am pharmacist, however I work more in nutrition, sometimes pharmacists are looking for the bioactive compound and to put it on a pill and say, get the pill and you will have the same effect. And with that, what I want to say, that is not the same. We have to think that in the food, we have a lot of bioactive compounds, and some of them, okay, thank you. No, I will go ahead with, I will try to go quicker now. Well, this slide is only to show how many polyphenols are in nature, that there are many. Moreover, when they enter in the body, they still change a lot. And moreover, about the viability, how we measure the viability. Usually we do like a pharmacokinetic curve to see how it's absorbed and then how it declines in the human blood. And here is what I wanted to show you, that if we do the same amount of resveratrol, that in this case, if you see, it's more or less 1 milligram of resveratrol in form of wine, in the form of juice, or in the form of a pill. And you see that, for example, in the form of a pill, how it is the curve is really much lower, that there is a decrease in the viability, that we have always to consider that. Moreover, we wanted to go further, and because for me it's much more interesting things in how are they are present in food, and how do we cook them, how to prepare them, than the pills. No? The pills, I agree that are totally necessary, but if we can, we go to the prevention with food. No? So what we did is we performed an analysis, randomized clinical trial analysis, giving tomato, that I will show how we prepare, and the same amount and the same tomato was given as tomato sauce, as with tomato sauce with olive oil. And we measure polyphenols in blood or in urine. Before doing this these 3 interventions, the volunteers, this is really hard. It has to be 3 days without consumption coffee, red wine, fruit, vegetables. So they consume foods that are very poor in phenolic compounds. So it's very hard to be in these studies. And then we are lucky, like we're in the gastronomy department, so we have people that can prepare the food. So they prepare with the same tomatoes, they prepare the tomato sauce, and the tomato sauce with olive oil, and then, well, we put in cold storage because for the intervention. This slide is showing the composition of the 3 forms: raw tomato, tomato sauce with olive oil, and you see that there are some phenolics that due to the processing they decrease, and some phenolics that they increase due to the processing. It's not that they increase, it's that they are released from the food matrix, that they are combined with fiber and they are released. And here are some results, and what I would like to mention about that when we prepare the sauce with olive oil, what we observe is instead of 1 peak, 1 increase and 1 decrease, you observe 2 peaks. That we attribute that to the, what we call enteropathic circulation. And that what does it mean? That these compounds are in the body for longer time, so they have more time to have bioactive activity. And after what we measure the inflammatory of these 3 foods, what were the inflammatory parameters on these 3 the volunteers with these 3 interventions, and what we observe whenever we add this oil, that is the yellow row, when we add oil, you always observe a higher effect. No? In any case, we are thinking that we are giving 3 things that are very healthy: tomato, tomato sauce, and tomato sauce with olive oil. Then we are not comparing an unhealthy food with a healthy food. No? The 3 things are very healthy, but with tomato, it increased the healthy things. Well, I will not explain that because these days there have been very good talks with Miguel Ángel and Ramón talking about the Predimed. However, I would like to mention what we measure in the Predimed. We measure polyphenols in the Predimed. This is a very, very short study that we did. We measured the polyphenols coming from microbiota in 200 individuals, and what we observe that these polyphenols that we analyze in urine through MSMS, they were totally associated with a Mediterranean diet adherence. That was a questionnaire that was the MEDAS diet, the MEDAS questionnaire, sorry. And this was also associated with the ideal health score that was published by the American Heart Association, so a decrease in cardiovascular risk. Moreover, here this was mentioned before yesterday by Miguel Ángel Martinez about wine. I will go a little quick because this was done. But how did we think that tartaric acid could be a good biomarker of wine? Because we had the great opportunity many years ago to analyze the amphora of the old Egyptian museum, now there is a new one, from the King Tutankhamun tomb. And what we observe is that in the sepulchre of the room, we analyzed these 3 amphoras, there were 3 kinds of wine. And how we measured that it was wine? With tartaric acid. So we thought, why not we use tartaric acid as biomarker of wine consumption? Because if we look, tartaric acid is like 11 times higher in any wine, in white wine or in red wine, than any phenolic. So what we did is to examine the association between urine tartaric acid and cardiovascular events. And these were the events that were measured in the Predimed study. These 4 events were considered. And this was remarked yesterday by Miguel Ángel, that we observe a a decrease of the risk of 50%, having a low consumption of wine. Where we wanted to go further and to study the possible mechanism of this. And what we did a study with only 200 participants, but a longitudinal analysis, and we observed that there is also an association between tartaric acid and some inflammatory molecules. This was UVCAM. Moreover, we continue because tartaric acid is a biomarker of white wine and on red wine. And we wanted to see if, with another biomarker, that this could be from red wine, biomarker of resveratrol metabolites that are coming from microbiota. And what we observe is also that using this biomarker, you see also a decrease in different inflammatory parameters. So this could be the possible mechanism by we can attribute to the consumption of wine, this protection against cardiovascular disease. And I will only mention this, that we also have the opportunity to work with a very famous cardiologist, Valentin Fuste, in a program in young population. This was a student population, and to try to promote healthy habits in Madrid and Barcelona with this population, and we were measuring the different cardiovascular parameters, cardiovascular risk parameters, along 4 years. However, what we observe, also analyzing these urines, is that there were some phenolic compounds that were clearly associated with the consumption of some foods, of nuts, of cherries, of grapes, in the case of resveratrol. Moreover, what we observe, that if we look, we have to think that they are children. They are children, teenagers, from 12 to 16 years, but some of them have metabolic syndrome. That this is very bad. And with the consumption of some phenolics, especially in this case, we observe higher association with urolithin and also with gallic acid. We observed that there was a decrease in this syndrome score. That I think is important to do these studies in young population because nowadays they are not in very good shape. So what would be the take-home messages for that? No? That what we are observing is that microbiota polyphenols are associated with better cardiovascular health in elderly and teenagers. And tentative mechanism that we have studied is the reduction of inflammation. However, we think that we have to explore much more all the possible mechanisms. Here is my research team that I am very lucky because I have a very good research team of postdocs and predocs from all the world who are working with us. And finally, we try to be very active in all the media because we try to also that our science goes to all the society so that are not only influencers, the ones that are giving science to the society, also ourselves. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rosa. And our next speaker, Antonia. Okay, thank you.
Hello to everybody. We're going to talk today. May I have the first slide, please? About wild greens and herbs. Which are the benefits of these wild greens and herbal infusions? We're going to talk beyond olive oil, because I think we have been for many years discussing about the beneficial effects and proving them of olive oil. But there are some less studied, understudied and underreported components of the Mediterranean diet, which they have been overlooked for years. I don't know. No, this one. This one, okay. No, before that, there's another one before this. The previous one. Well, since 1992, we start studying the traditional Greek foods. Originally, this was done for the sake of the next generation, because, as I mentioned yesterday, at this time we were scared that Mediterranean diet would disappear forever. So we wanted to register for the future generation what Mediterranean diet meant. And for that project, we developed a targeted approach. We tried to find really old ladies traveling on around Greece and going in exchange with them almost for 1 week. They were cooking for us, we were videotaping them, and we studied very much the ingredients, which they were the ingredients, how they were grown the ingredients. And then we chemically analyzed both the ingredients and the ready-to-eat foods. We continue this, we'll continue that up to date, depending, of course, on the funding. But I wanted to show you. Κάνουμε, παιδί μου. Δεν έχω δύναμη. Πού, ποιο, αυτό. There. There. So, indicatively, I will show you the results of the fava. We went to Santorini almost 30 years ago in a tiny room in a kitchen. We stayed there for several days. And here you see the results when we examine the content of this fava in various flavon and flavin-free antioxidants, let's say, flavonoids. We found very low concentration in fava. But then fava was served with a sauce, kaparokuba, based on capers and in tomato. I don't know what I do. You see, we never imagined that capari was offering so many antioxidants. And slowly we're moving in studying the various aromatic herbs and the wild greens, and we were surprised on the value and what they are offered. So, I don't know. Next, please. I'm not able, I'm sorry. Okay. We're going to talk very briefly about medicinal and aromatic plants, which they are botanical raw materials, also known as herbal medicine, and we have the privilege and the honor to have with us the previous speaker who spoke about so much about his research on the herbs and on the botanical raw materials. And they are used in for therapeutic purposes. But today we're going a little bit more on their culinary use, and as well as the herbal infusions. Next, please. So as I mentioned before, both of them, they are underreported and under studies, and herbs play a significant role in the traditional Mediterranean diet, and is a rich source of nutrients and phytochemical. Next, please. So as early as 1991, when we developed our national guidelines based on the 1993 pyramid, which developed with my colleagues in Boston, under the vegetables at this early time were underlined the value of wild greens. And in our national guidelines under the vegetables, it clearly is written, don't forget the greens. So the greens, they are an integral part of the Mediterranean diet. Next, please. And even several years later, in the European version of the Mediterranean diet pyramid, which it was the results of 2 years workshop and study all around Europe in various universities, and finally we agreed on this new version. We added, as you can see, on the right corner, water, don't forget water, and herbal infusions. Because herbal infusion, they are integral part, as I mentioned before, of the Mediterranean diet. And They are often, in our epidemiological analysis, we never take under account the assessment of the consumption of herbal infusion and of wild greens. So in our national consumption survey, the Greek national survey, Υγεία, we found out that, next please, sideritis, which is called mountain tea. In Greece, tea for us is a new word. It entered our language maybe 100 years ago, even less. We call them herbal infusions, like sideritis and chamomile. So today, sideritis is consumed, 40% of the population in this national survey consume sideritis. Chamomile 1.8, but green tea and black tea 5.4, and black tea 3.2. And of course, next please, we were very much interested because, as I said, why we abandon our, I don't mention about herbal infusions, they are there, they have been there since the prehistoric time. If you go to the Museum of Heraklion in Crete, you will see a strainer in which they were used for their herbal infusion for dictamon. And then I said, let's find out. And then from our survey, time's up, okay, 2 minutes, 1 minute more. Then we find out that the culinary herbs were 300, they offer 330 milligrams per day in our average daily adult diet in Greece. And they offer 70 milligrams per day in our daily diet today. Next, please. But as you can see, it's 15% around of the elderly who consume herbal infusion more than 4 times per week, and only only, which is very low, very low percentage. And this is 50% for the elderly. The younger ones, they are abandoning this consumption. Next, please. So the epidemiological data are concordant in suggesting that Mediterranean diet decreases the risk of a variety of diseases, but the underpinning mechanisms are still unclear. We don't know how to what is due their protection, which metabolic way is responsible for that. So there is a lot of work towards this direction. Next, please. And here you see the strainer I mentioned to you before. You can see the real one in the museum in Heraklion in Crete. And I hope that you will consider in the future the use of aromatic herbs. I do not have to expand on that. In culinary tradition, Greek Mediterranean culinary tradition, as well as the consumption of herbal infusion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Antonia. Our final speaker for this session is Professor Andreana Colliera.
Okay, thank you for inviting me, and I think it's really nice to have this short presentation after all these inspiring presentations. Dr. Trichopoulou, I would love to cooperate with you for the mechanisms that aromatic plants exhibit all these beneficial effects. I think it's very interesting. But now I will turn your attention to Chios Masticha again. You have already heard Professor Skalchounis and his analysis, his team's analysis on the profile, the chemical profile of Chios Masticha. Just a few words of this unique and emblematic product of Greece. Chios mastica tree is unique because it is cultured only in Chios Island in Greece, in the southern part of Chios, in Mastichochoria. We consider it unique, and we consider it that it is a product that nowhere else can be cultivated. We know that it cannot cultivate it anywhere else but Chios, and we think that it is the microclimate or the soil and traditional cultivation methods and collection methods that allow this tree to be cultivated and produce this aromatic resin mastica only in Chios. This collection method that actually includes incisions, the local cultivators actually incise the trunk of the tree and let the mastica resin to drop on calcium carbonate, and then it hardens there. This very skillful method for collection is actually a UNESCO heritage, but I think that was mentioned before. We consider this also very important because it is inspiring for the next generation cultivators. We think that we should keep going with this traditional method of cultivation and collection, and we still go with these traditional methods. This is the backbone of collection of mastica. Yet nowadays we have many modern techniques that allow us to check on the authenticity and on the standardization of this emblematic natural product. Sorry, I need to go back. Okay. The active compounds have been reviewed by Professor Skaltsounis. Over 100 active compounds in this natural product, most of which are terpenes. Some polyphenols are there as well, but most of the bioactive compounds are terpenes, monoterpenes, sesquiterpenes, triterpenes, and all together work synergistically to exhibit many pharmacological activities. This is the first study of our group that was featured as the front cover in Molecular Nutrition and Food Research that actually proved that all these bioactive compounds that Professor Skaltsounis identified in the resin could actually be absorbed and could be bioavailable in humans. The main components, the masticadienonic acid and the isomasticadienonic acid, could actually be identified in plasma. This is really important, but what was more important is that this increase of the terpene concentration in plasma was paralleled with an increase in antioxidant capacity, which was for us the first functional validation of Chios mastica in humans. These are the core domains of investigation of our research group in Harokopio University on Chios mastica. Overall, we have a great interest in the interplay between nutrition and natural products, the interplay between nutrition and disease prevention and disease management. So this was the concept here in mastica, but more specifically, we have investigated for many years the effect of mastica in metabolic health, specifically the effects on the metabolism, on oxidative stress, on inflammation, and the potential treatment and gene interaction, as well as the effects on the GI health, for example, the effects on the gut microbiota composition, and the effects on dyspepsia. But this last one, the dyspepsia, is not going to be part of this short presentation because we have submitted this data set for publication. I hope in near future I will be able to present this data because I think that this data set that will be published will actually help us to understand a little bit more about the effects in GI health and the benefits of mastiha. But now this is a part only of the publications of our research group. You can see that we have a multidisciplinary approach. We are trying to investigate different options. Now, I will start with the clinical evidence, and I will start with the evidence deriving from a clinical trial in adults with non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. We have focused in three markers. The first one is the total antioxidant capacity after administration of this natural product for 6 months in non-alcoholic fatty liver disease patients. And the third one is the CT1 and the liver fibrosis scores, which are MRI markers of liver health. You can see that adults with non-alcoholic fatty liver disease administered with this formulation, it was a nutraceutical formulation for the needs of the study, actually were benefited by this administration because the antioxidant capacity in plasma increased, and the markers of liver health actually were regulated. This is another result of the same study. Actually, we tried to see whether there is a treatment gene interaction in the case of mastiha. Overall, mastiha was able to decrease the inflammatory markers and increase the antioxidant markers in plasma. But what was really interesting, you can see the results from 6 loci in here, but it is really interesting that some people were more benefited from the treatment with this nutraceutical formulation, as in the example of interleukin-6 and interleukin-10, rather than other people. So we do understand that there must be a gene treatment interaction. Again, trying to increase our knowledge on this natural product, we ran an intervention with the essential oil of Chios mastiha. What's interesting in the essential oil is the monoterpene concentration. It is very rich in monoterpenes, and you can see the alpha-pinene, the beta-pinene, the myrcene, and the limonene, which are the major compounds in the essential oil of Chios mastiha. Different parameters actually were regulated after the administration of this nutraceutical formulation. You can see that we have a regulation in systolic blood pressure, and we have a regulation in triglycerides, a decrease in liver enzymes. But what is really interesting in this is that we had a difference in the mental score of the quality of life questionnaire. This is interesting. This is something that we would like to further investigate, because we know that aromatic profile in several natural products actually are involved in the neurotransmitter pathways of mood stabilization and of stress reduction. So this is really, really interesting. And as regards the effect on GI health, this is just one study on the microbiota composition after mastiha administration versus a placebo nutraceutical formulation. We use the Brae-Curtis index, and we know that mastiha administration in adults actually regulated the gut microbiota composition. This is really important. We also found that mastiha could have an effect on flavonifractor, which is a species that is considered pro-inflammatory in our gut. Okay. This species is pro-inflammatory. It is really important that masticha could actually regulate this population because flavonifractor actually is involved in antioxidant catabolism. So we consider that masticha is a strong, a powerful antioxidant compound due to this effect. And finally, we actually tried to find the molecular mechanism through which masticha exhibits different pharmacological activities. We consider the MIR-155 as the key molecule. You can see in yellow a complex, the L-AXER complex, that is actually regulated with the masticha administration. Experimentation was done in blood of adult patients administered with masticha. Up to now, we consider that this is the key, the molecule that actually activated by masticha exhibits both anti-inflammatory efficacy and benefits on obesity and metabolic health. So this is the last one. Thank you. I'm sorry for any delay. We consider that this natural product, an emblematic natural product of Greece, actually aligns fully with the Mediterranean diet concept. It is very rich in phytochemical compounds, bioactive phytochemical compounds. We do know that they are absorbed. We do know that they are bioavailable. And we have the clinical evidence that this product actually can benefit humans. We consider that this product can actually be part of our daily nutrition and can be incorporated in many culinary uses. Thank you.
I was told that we have to stop because of time. So thank you very much for all the panelists for outstanding presentations, and thank you for your attention. Okay, next.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Όταν είναι
Thank you. It's true that when the information is interesting, we always have similar problems. We're now moving on to the last session for this day before we leave for the market. We're talking about Mediterranean diet, and we would like to see how it is understood in the rest of the world, in civilization closer or further than us. Our moderator is Ms. Angeliki Kosmopoulou, archaeologist, story strategist, philanthropy advisor, founder of Story Mentor. And our speakers, Maria Jose San Roman, Ms. Colin Zhang, and Ms. Sara Roversi. I would invite you to take your seats.
Hoping that this works. Okay, so good afternoon. This is the panel of the day, the last panel of a very interesting discussion that started yesterday. And if we were to somehow try to summarize what we've heard, I guess that we've seen the Mediterranean diet from several different angles, as food, as medicine, as ritual, as a way to connect with one another. And what we intend to do now is to try to pull all these threads together. Granted, we are left with little time, far less time than we had expected, so we're going to do our best in whatever time is left. But I think we should agree that food, Mediterranean cuisine, is far more than what is on our plate and its ingredients. It's a way of getting together, of living together, of finding ways to express ourselves through our through taste, and also a way of reinventing a more mindful way of living. And I have with me three amazing ladies from three different countries, from Spain, from Italy, and from Singapore. And their credentials and their titles are so long and so complicated for me that you will allow me to read them and ask each one of them for a brief presentation. I think we're going to omit the questions as we will be running out of time. So right next to me from Spain, Ms. Maria José San Roman, the gastronomic director of Monastrell Restaurant and CEO of the Maria José San Roman Group, and Spain's ambassador of the Mediterranean diet. We will have the chance to taste some of your cooking later today. And I would like to start with you and ask for your initial comments, please, for about 7 minutes or so.
So thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I've learned so much. I'm always learning. My life story is about learning, always learning. I'm blessed because you all teaching me. I'm always in touch with scientists and with people that always knows more than me about any subject. And that makes me I have a reflection that I need to spread all this knowledge through everybody I know as much as I can. And as far as I know, chefs, we became like rock stars now. And I want to be a rock star to help the world to be better in nutrition facts. And I think we have the knowledge, but the knowledge cannot be kept here. It has to be sprinkled all over the world. We do the work in the restaurants. I do the work. So I have to read a little bit. But I think chefs, we, as ambassadors of the change, our influence extends far beyond the kitchen. Through every dish, we educate, we inspire, we reconnect people with Mediterranean diet timeless value. That is the way I think. Our dual responsibility is health, sustainability, inspiring healthier, more sustainable food choices through conscious cooking and ingredients selection, and the cultural heritage, protecting and transmitting the foundations of Mediterranean gastronomy, our shared legacy. The Iberian Peninsula, birthplace of gastronomic fusion, the first documented culinary fusion in history, and maybe the only one, is a heritage we must honor and transmit. The story of saffron, remembering our foundation. I've been working on saffron for 2 decades, sharing knowledge about saffron, and many people still don't know its true story. That makes me think not merely a coloring agent, is our real goal exists before Asian and Latin American discovery. One and the only spice stone alongside aromatic herbs in our ancient world. We must revisit these foundations every decade, just as we do with classical music, art. The basics must always be there. How can we help institutionalizing the knowledge through touch in college as fundament as the alphabet and mathematics, a basic pillar of education. Chef's duty, ensuring transmission of Mediterranean culinary heritage to future generations. And cultural identity, Greeks, Spanish, Italians, Portuguese, united in protection of our shared cradle of cuisine. Custodians of a cultural heritage. In our globalized world, chefs are keepers of ingredients, techniques, and tradition that define the Mediterranean identity. The 16th century fusion, Spain and Portuguese explorers brought east to west, creating the world's first major culinary exchange. Pre-Columbian landscapes are olive oil and saffron already root in our heritage before the Great Exchange. The Great Convergence brought from America Latina, from Asia, and from Africa, and this nuclear fusion ignited the Mediterranean spirit, a cuisine born from connection and diversity. Then innovation with roots. Tradition, we have to honor our heritage and foundational ingredients, and we have to evolution combining sustainability, science, and responsible innovation. Progress, elevating quality, nutrition, and value with preserving essence. The olive oil revolution, as an example, is a 20 years quality transformation. I'm talking about Spain. 20 years ago, mediocre quality olive oil production, while now Spain produces the world's best, finest extra virgin olive oil. This is a fact. So we have to keep on researching to become better. And the catalysis is that research and technology, collaboration, and putting together chefs, producers, and scientists. Focus on quality and innovation. Our responsibility is moving forward through university partnerships, translation, research in nutrition, sustainability, and innovation directly into the kitchen. Sole ingredients, working with olive oil, saffron, rice, vinegar, honoring the Mediterranean essence. With a global inspiration, sharing knowledge across borders, helping the Mediterranean model inspire the world. Innovation with roots doesn't break tradition, is honor and carries it forward. Well, that was my presentation. Do I have another 2 minutes? Santi? No. Okay, because I don't want to forget to say the things that I said. Don't worry, it's just short. But I know, chefs, we can make it. We have to get out of these rooms. We have to go and sprinkle the world. I deeply believe, we all believe, we are going to be better if we do the rules of the Mediterranean diet. Why don't we go here like apostles to cover the world? I know we can make it. It's just talking to politics. They have to teach in the schools. That is mathematics. That is alphabet. This is the basics. Nutrition is so important. We don't want to live with medicines. We want to be the medicine of, food has to be the medicine. I've been in the kitchen for 50 years, and I really feel very strong because I know I'm working with the best products, the best, it's truth. I'm lucky I met you so many years ago, Rosa and Struck. You teach me so many things, and I tell all this to all my clients. And as you can see, I talk, and I talk in many places, and I'm always talking about this. So thank you for teaching, and it's really a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria Jose. One thing that you said so many interesting things, but the idea of the duty of the chef is what I'm keeping for the day. And it's a way of looking at yourself in the broader sense of your impact in this world. And this is, in a way, the epitome of what we have been discussing. Let me now turn to Ms. Sara Roversi, who's coming from Italy. And you're a social entrepreneur, yes, a social entrepreneur and a global leader in the sustainability and food ecosystem. So, Sara.
Thank you so much. Yes, my voice works. I'm very glad to be here, also because I was with you at the starting point of the Torribera Mediterranean Center in Barcelona, so it's good to find you here now in Greece. So yes, I'm the founder of the Future Food Institute, but then back in 2020 I bumped into the emblematic community of Mediterranean diet of Italy, Pollica. I know that professor came to visit us also 2 years ago. So bumping into Pollica, I discovered that food system transformation and climate change and all of the things we are hearing about, the Sustainable Development Goals, were strictly interconnected with Mediterranean diet. And then I suddenly discovered that Mediterranean diet, first of all, is not an Italian thing, is not a Greek thing, is a shared heritage, and is the celebration of cultural and biodiversity. And this is, I think, an incredible source of wealth for all of us. And we have to consider that as something that we need to unleash and celebrate. Much more if we think about what are our roots. When I bumped into Pollica, I discovered that this is something that belongs to our history. Of course, we're talking about places like Greece, like Spain, like Cyprus, like all the emblematic communities that share an incredible history. We needed the American scientists that were able to codify Mediterranean diet, but we also discover that this is not just a set of rules, but is a way of approaching life and development. And if we consider that, and we see how much in these territories mayors were able to implement policies, rural development goals, and any kind of framework that can help us to design better tourism and better exploitation or relationship with our territories, I think that this is even more interesting. Then back in 2010, Mediterranean diet became a World Heritage. We are celebrating 15 years this year. And finally, we cross our finger, probably we're going to have also the resolution at the United Nations to finally have the World Day of Mediterranean Diet. And in Pollica, of course, with the Center of Mediterranean Diet Studies and the museum, we have been working on that. But basically, what happened is that we started considering this territory as an incredible living lab that could host still scientists and can keep going, connecting the dots. So if you see, this is kind of a timeline that is arriving to the last sentence. You have been talking a lot about longevity, and I want to share with you this little video, because this is one of the tons of projects that in our living labs are taking place. This is a project that is ending now. We are trying to create the algorithm for longevity, where we are measuring longevity in youth between 18 and 25 years old, and many other parameters. And this means we are connecting the environmental parameters, the quality of food, and also the impact on human health. This is what is happening every single day in Pollica, where we are working with the community, with fishermen, with chefs, with grandmas and grandpas, coaching youth from all around the world, but also using our place to codify something that we need to bring back in our major cities. And it's something that probably we have been missing. And where chefs and school meals and markets can play an incredible critical role. So we're very, keen to connect the dots within the entire network of the Mediterranean diet and the emblematic communities, and even further beyond that. This is just one of the more than 90 projects that we have been running. And I want to end with this other initiative. I don't know if it's starting. We are hosting Gastro Diplomacy Bootcamp. I'm very honored last year to have with us also some students from the Culinary Institute of America. We strongly believe that food is a tool for diplomacy. Mediterranean diet it is as well. And we need to foster the coalition between generations. This is just an example of what is happening. We need to bring students to meet the farmers, to meet the producers, to enter in the kitchen. You were talking about becoming ambassadors. It's not only the fact of becoming ambassador, but we need to start to learn the language of the young generations. And we are doing this. I jumped into the next video because we don't have time. And what we're doing is not only hosting students, but dealing and working with creators, digital creators. So our living lab became a camp for creators. So we are organizing creators camp, where we are inviting influencers, digital media experts that are talking through TikTok and any other device to young generations. Because if you see the data also in Italy from our national health system, the adoption of Mediterranean diet is decreasing every year. Because at the end of the game, families come back at home at dinner and there is Deliveroo and everyone can order the food they want. People is not cooking anymore. more. We're missing the time around the kitchen, not only around the table, but the kitchen cooking together. And this is an important pillar of Mediterranean diet, convivium. So we are strongly advocating to bring back that, and we are involving youth and young creators that are able to talk with different kind of tools in a different way, with Instagram Reels or whatever, and they are inspiring their colleagues. This is happening. We were hosting this 50 creators last year. They made a massive impact with millions of followers, and we didn't know that for them was such a cool thing. So we discovered that for them was a very cool thing, Mediterranean diet, not something just for elderly people. So it's an invitation for all of us also to adopt new tools and start to talk and engage young generations. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Okay. Well, thank you for reminding us that Mediterranean diet is cool and sexy, and we have to do something about it in these terms as well. And with that, I'm turning to you, Professor Zhang. You are the academic in the room. You're an expert in women's health, and I hope you share some ideas about how the Mediterranean diet can adapt to other cultures and what we can learn from this process of translating it so that others can use it too.
Thank you for your kind introduction. Let me first test to see the black one, right? The first slide. Oh, yes. So good afternoon, everyone. It's really a great pleasure of being a part of this fantastic conference. So I did my homework. I was assigned to talk about, to comment about Mediterranean diet and women's health, implication for public health, and applications of principles of Mediterranean diet in a different culture. So I'll start with a very brief comment on Mediterranean diet and women's health. So first, why women's health? So I would say women's health is critical not just for women themselves, but also for the future generations and for the family. Also, as we mentioned many times during this conference, that women cooked, prepare food for the family, and provide care for the family. When I heard a lot about like mom cook. So I feel, I'm sure the majority of you would agree with me that, so healthy, happy women, healthy, happy family, and healthy, happy society. So biologically, so several key characteristics of Mediterranean diet offer protective effects among women. So for example, for cardiometabolic disorders, as have been discussed repeatedly in the conference. And we all know that cardiovascular remains the #1 killer for women. And also for women's specific health conditions, such as pregnancy health and reproductive health. So we all outcomes of pregnancy, and pregnancy health can have lifelong health implications for both women and the fetus. So however, unfortunately, so mainstream of Mediterranean diet-related research seems lacking sufficient efforts on these female-specific phenotypes and health outcomes, especially at the population health level. So in general, I would call more research on Mediterranean diet, especially for women of reproductive age. So next, I'm going to show some quick existing data. So emerging data, including those from ours, found that Mediterranean diet before and during pregnancy was related to lower risk of major pregnancy complications like gestational diabetes, preeclampsia, gestational hypertension, preterm birth. So in the total, these account for almost 30% of pregnancies. So these are our data based on a multiracial cohort in the US. And in addition, we found that Mediterranean diet can even alleviate potential harmful impact of environmental chemicals. For example, endocrine disruptors, those you can find from plastic package and food containers. So recently, we also did a systematic review on all the major data on Mediterranean diet and female reproductive health outcomes over lifespan. So as you can see from the summary of this slide, so compared with other health outcomes, you can see much less data available for female reproductive health related outcomes. And we observed that the study were predominantly in Caucasian populations. In the interest of time, just show some results. So in the meta-analysis, we found that Mediterranean diet may potentially improve fertility by shortening time to pregnancy during pregnancy. And Mediterranean diet can potentially lower risks for common pregnancy complications, as I mentioned earlier. Mediterranean diet may also potentially benefit other female reproductive outcomes, such as puberty development and the relief of menopause symptoms. So taken together, all these indicate potential important role of Mediterranean diet in improving women's health over lifespan. So this is critical, especially given the reduced fertility rate worldwide. Also, I don't know whether you're familiar with the term of feminizing aging. So like in the aging society, like women live longer, but at the end, there will be more women in the aging population. So certainly we need more high quality studies, especially to reproductive health outcomes. So what's next? To me, the most important is implementation. So how to implement it into practice and to local populations? This is perhaps the most challenging part, and this certainly requires multidisciplinary and joint efforts. So inspired by these observations and considering the lack of intervention studies on Mediterranean diet and women's health in Asian population, so we initiated Asian-inspired Mediterranean diet early this year. We call it A+ meal trial. And briefly, aims of the study are to examine its impacts on cardiometabolic, reproductive, and gut health among women and reproductive age. And particularly in this trial, we followed Mediterranean diet principle, and also especially the nutrient composition and food source recommendation, but using mainly local Asian and food and ingredients. So more than 75% of food and ingredients from local. So I think I don't have much time. So just want to point out, because overall is a signature for Mediterranean diet, but in Asian market, especially in Singapore, it's still very expensive, not readily available for a general population. So in our trial, we half of the cooking oil we use olive oil, and half we try to use local oil. So far, we have completed baseline visit for more than 100 women, and the accessibility of the meal we prepare pretty good. So I think it's just interest of time. I'm probably going to stop. So just to wrap up, so I would like to say Mediterranean diet is potentially important for women's health, but we need more evidence-based data. And think about, even from the business perspective, so some recent data released from the World Economic Forum that, so closing the data gaps for women's health, it represents actually $1 trillion business. So I hope you are in the audience who consider more efforts and even investment for research for Mediterranean diet and women's health. Thank you for your attention. I'm happy to take questions.
Well, thank you all very much, and apologies for having to really rush it up and speed up. But just one phrase for the closing, that it's let's remember that the Mediterranean diet that has been our topic for this past day and a half is not only a matter of our common Mediterranean heritage, our legacy. It's not only a snapshot, like a Polaroid of the present, but also it is our way to write a new story for the future. And all of us are part of writing this new story. We have to carry it forward and adapt it as we go along the way, realizing that the work you all do has greater impact than you might imagine. Thank you very much. I think it's time for closing remarks.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Thank you. So we will now move on to the final remarks. I would like to invite Mr. Robert Jones, the Vice President of Strategic Partnerships.
Hanging in there. We're getting very close to the end here. We appreciate your patience. Real quickly, I want to take you down memory lane for a second. I want you to imagine your favorite family holiday. Think about the smell of entering your yaya's kitchen and the smell of roasting lamb or roasting vegetables, the taste of fresh tomadas. 6,000 miles away, for me, that would be the smell of my grandmother's chicken and dumplings or the smell of the Thanksgiving turkey. And hearing your family laughing around you and feeling warmth and love in your home and the safety of that. Now, remember that almost all of those incredible memories that you have in your life, food was at the center of them in some way or another. And we always like to remember to remind people that ultimately food is love, food is health, food is culture, it's community. And food really should be central to all of these conversations. I love what Chef Oscar Tosh said earlier today, that food has no borders. Remember that today, over the course of 2 days, we've heard incredible scientific conversations about the efficacy of the Mediterranean diet. We've heard a lot about the challenges in the food system that we face in an ever-changing world and with climate change. But don't ever forget that at the center of our power to make positive change in the world is the joy of food. That's something that we try to lead with at the Culinary Institute of America, what Greg Drescher calls being unapologetically delicious as we lead the way forward. With that said, our time together in this beautiful place is coming to a close. So I want to make sure that before we wrap up, we recognize a handful of people that have really made this possible, especially behind the scenes. First, I want to thank our collaborating partners in the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health, the University of Athens, and the EAT Foundation, which have been critical partners. Let's give them a round of applause. We also owe a huge debt of gratitude to our presenting sponsor in the Captain Vassilis and Carmen Constantakopoulos Foundation. They have been incredible in putting on this event in the last 2 days, especially calling out Achilles, Xenophon, Maria, and the full team behind the scenes of this generous, impactful organization. Let's give them a round of applause. Quickly, I want to thank also our premium gold sponsors in the Spanish Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, and Food, and Piraeus. Our gold sponsor in the government of Catalonia, Costa Navarino, Mestija Shop, the Olive Oils of Spain, and the North American Olive Oil Association. Please give them a round of applause. We've also been supported by a number of other sponsors, bronze sponsors, collaborators, travel, hospitality, and media partners, and the local and regional governments that have supported this conference happening here in Kalamata. We deeply value all of these partnerships because they have facilitated the conversations, the educational sessions, the thoughtful dialogue, and the incredible meals that we've had together. None of this would have been possible without them either. Let's give them a round of applause. I also want to thank our partners in the Torribera Mediterranean Center, which is the University of Barcelona, which you've seen, and a special call out to Drs. Ramon Estruc and Rosa Lemuela Raventos. And of course, a big thank you to our own CIA team. You see Santi off to the side here, Manu somewhere, if she will stand up. Let's give them a round of applause. They've been buzzing around behind the scenes, making all of this happen. I also want to give a special shout out to our senior advisor, Greg Drescher, for starting the thought leadership work that we have here in the first place. Our presenting faculty and Chef Jason Petanovich and Professor Maureen Kostura, of course, our own Dr. Michael Sperling and President Michael Bacher. In closing, I want to say that I hope that you've met a number of interesting people, you've had fruitful conversations and started collaborations. And that you're hooked because there is much more to come. As you know, Taste Tomorrow Mediterranean is actually an annual event, and it will now alternate back and forth from Spain to Greece. And as such, we're excited to announce the dates for next year's Tomorrow Taste Mediterranean in Barcelona. As you see on the screen, October 19th and 20th. You are all welcome to join us. I hope you put that on your calendar. And I will finish up by inviting Dr. Ramon Estruc to the stage with some closing words from University of Barcelona. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert, for your kind words, and thank you for the participants to maintain here in the room for a long stay that started yesterday and is finishing tomorrow. But it's a very, very dense material to learn and to teach. We have learned about Mediterranean diet. We have learned about cooking, but we have to remind that Mediterranean diet is tradition, is culture, is people, and also is connection. And with this, we have a big connection between us in this meeting, and I hope we can maintain it along the next year until Barcelona will be very proud. Rosa, me, and also all the university government to host the next meeting in Barcelona. We have to remind that our vital role is to live longer, but also to promoting a healthier and more sustainable lifestyle for future generations. This thing is our task. We have to maintain it. So finally, it's a good pleasure to invite all of you in the next meeting in Barcelona. We take place in the same dates next year. We hope to continue the spirit and the aim of this meeting also in Barcelona. Thank you very much, and we wait for you in Barcelona. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Νομίζω ότι...
I think that we can now close. It was a long journey for us. It began last year at about the same time when I remember at the concluding remarks, Greg Desser said, our next, see you in Kalamata. We are here. It was 2 full days. And months that were full before that organizing this event. I'm very happy, I'm very proud to hear the participants say that it was a successful conference. It is very important to us. It is what we set off to say. We believe that Mediterranean diet is all about bridging gaps, connecting tastes, connecting flavors, connecting sciences, people, populations. We're trying to bridge, to create bridges. And this Kalamata Barcelona is another bridge created. All of us, through our specialization, but through our shared vision and our shared desires, we will come together in Barcelona again. We will not rest on our laurels. There are many challenges, not just for Mediterranean diet, but challenges in our everyday lives, whether we are producers, chefs, restaurateurs. We heard about the challenges and we heard about the solutions, and it is up to us to apply these solutions proposed. And also, what's very important is if we try alone, we go quickly but not very far. We would like to see that you were all together, and we would like to see us all continue together, because together we go further. I would like to have a long list of people that I could thank, but I could not. It will take too much time. Mr. Jones mentioned the key participants, but I would like to thank the Culinary Institute of America, the Barcelona Torribera Institute, our co-organizers, the Chan Harvard Clinic, and of course, the Academy of Athens and the Health Center. I would like to thank you all for your support. I would like to thank all our associates, our partners in Kalamata, who worked to ensure that this event would be held without problem. We heard a few names. I will try not to refer to names, but I will mention to one person, to the team that worked many months with us. Forgive me if some of you don't hear your name. I will take that risk. I would like to thank by name Greg Dresser from the Culinary Institute of America. He helped us a lot in Sandy Ketimano from Torribera Center for working with us, our team from Dionysios Papadatos, Kostas Tsoronis, Olga Kouroupi, who through all these months withstood working with me, Myrto Xanthopoulou. Many thanks to all the speakers, to all the participants. I hope you are leaving our homeland wiser. So the last stage, which I hope will be the most pleasant one, because you need to be experiential, our team is waiting for you to help you get on the buses and enjoy our chefs at the market of Kalamata. See you in Barcelona. Thank you.